this, we're going to start another live session. Today, a bit of a special. We've got new platforms added to this where I'm live the first time. Hello, hello. For those who don't know, my name is Faisal Milenkovic. I'm a marketing agency owner from Austria in Europe. And I go, not daily, but very often through all kinds of articles just to remind myself of blind spots, to learn about new trends, research, white papers in the marketing field, from email marketing to social media to paid ads and so on, all kind of different stuff. And a while ago I thought, hey, it could be interesting for people that I go through these articles live, read them, and add my own spin, my experience, my opinion of these articles, and put it all online. Started doing it with recorded stuff, and then I thought, better to do it live so people can ask me stuff about it live. Also, it was a bit about some people who wanted consulting but couldn't afford it, and I was like, well, you can jump on the live stream and just ask whatever you want. So with that, you won't see the chats. I do see all of the chats, so if you've got something, if you want to ask me something about the article that I'm reading or general stuff, feel free to drop it in the chat and I will address it. After I'm done with the, let's say, news section, I jump over and start just working on my daily projects, normally like coding, marketing, doing design work and all of that. And while I'm in that mode, you will see this live being just a tiny, tiny little box, and I'll let old content of mine run in a loop, so to speak, so that you can still see all the stuff that I talk about, other articles, let's say the evergreen stuff and very up-to-date stuff, if you missed something in the live stream. Of course, you can tell me that, oh, we've seen that already, please put the next clip on, no problem. Or you can ask me for deep dives into the topics. And with that, I'm going to jump right into going through stuff. As usual, the articles, here we go. The articles are not pre-read. I don't know what they're about. I just know interesting headlines. Some of them are shared with me by you guys that just go through it. We will find out if they're interesting or not together. I don't know. And with that, I jump right into it. Just give me 1 second to test if it works everywhere nicely. Works. Nice, 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 nice. Always a bit weird. Started out just a while ago. Works. Great. Great. That works. Also, as usual, if you like what I do, I appreciate like, comment, subscribe to the channel, follow the channel or the account. Helps me quite a lot. And with that, we jump right into it. I always record which articles I went through. Just so you know, why I sometimes click and copy paste that stuff, because I want to be able to link everything in the articles, in the clips later on, because I think it's important that the people who wrote it get their due respect and are mentioned and everything. I don't want to like steal just their work, you know. I'm just giving feedback on it and my opinion. That's what I do. There we go. Oh, let me see it a bit bigger so that you can read it easier. Yep, that looks good. Let me. There we go. Let's start recording the clips. As some of you know, all of these clips can be found on my YouTube channel, where I go article by article, and you can just go through the articles in themselves. So let's go through it. Gen Z consumers seek authentic brands they can trust. Authenticity is the new currency for conversion, spend, and loyalty, especially when it comes to Gen Z, writes Gemma Vase. I'm not sure if it's the new currency, because we've heard that for many years at this point, in my opinion. Well, let's go through it. Let's see how it works out. Yeah, nice. All right. Well, it's 2023. Why am I linked to such an old article? But let's go through it. Gen Z consumers prefer brands that are authentic, which gives those working in CX plenty to think about. One survey found that 82% of Gen Z consumers questioned would trust a company more if it uses images of real customers in its advertising, while 72% said they are more likely to buy from a company that contributes to social causes. Product quality, positive ratings, reviews, and customer service are the top characteristics that establish trust in a brand among Gen Zers, the survey found. And as usual, when I read about, oh, we've got these kind of, oh, let me open her. When I found out about, oh, we have these surveys. Don't trust the surveys too much. I've seen it so often in my career in so many projects and businesses that I worked with. It was like, oh, people say X and they don't care about Y, and X is important to them. And then we invested into X and it didn't make the slightest change, while, oh, we cut off Y because they said it didn't matter, and suddenly it tanked. Like, often people say what they think they're supposed to say in polls and in surveys, and very often they say what they like, what makes them look good. And third is, many people are not aware of their own choices, okay, and why they choose what they choose. Just to preface that, it's my opinion, it's my experience. I can give you a few examples of where I experienced that. If you want, leave a comment or write it in the chat if you want me to deep dive into that, but let's continue. Just saying, don't trust all polls and surveys blindly. No. Recent research from Ascendia echoes these sentiments. While 75% of British shoppers plan to cut back on spending in 2023, despite UK inflation remaining close to 40-year high, 43% said a brand's authenticity would make them less sensitive to inflationary price increases. Of note is the fact that this sentiment rises to 48% of Gen Z and 51% of millennials. Clearly, younger consumers love brands they deem to be credible, authentic, and trustworthy. This suggests these brands will be in a strong position to weather ongoing economic storms. Again, I'm not buying it completely. You can tell me I'm wrong about it. Please do, with your experiences. I've had it so often, like, oh, I care about social causes, I care about sustainability, I care about whatever makes them look good. And then when it came to buying, it was the price. Often, like for commodities, it was just the price. The same. But how can authenticity be championed by online sellers and customer experience professionals? Trust matters at every stage of the buyer journey. Yep. The research confirmed that authenticity in e-commerce shines through in many ways. Things like diversity and body positivity in website imagery, clarity and honesty about how beauty products are tested and made, and even reliability of delivery can work towards impressing Gen Z shoppers and winning the long-term loyalty through being authentic. The research confirmed that authenticity in e-commerce shines through in many ways. One example is Bali Body, an Australian active skincare brand using social channels including YouTube and TikTok to share product reviews and self-tanning tips. It is also clear about how products get shipped internationally from Australia so that delivery expectations are not unrealistic in the eyes of customers. Gen Z consumers are quick to buy online, but they are also attuned to the reality of climate change, and they want to align with green brands that offer sustainable delivery options. If you're shipping your health and beauty products to overseas customers, it's worth considering working with a logistics company that can offer a sustainable delivery solution. Of that, I want to see more data, way more data. I want way. I've seen it mentioned often, very often, but not with the data that, yes, I can make more revenue even if my product costs 50%, 15% more because of the sustainable job. Yes, if the brand itself is aimed at sustainability, absolutely. But if the brand itself is not a sustainable one, I've seen it go all the ways from very good to very bad. Just saying. That's my experience with it. In social media builds an authentic customer experience. In the age of digital connectivity, social influencers can be retail's strongest sales stimulators, particularly for health and beauty brands targeting younger consumers. Generation Z looks to influencers for inspirations. Yep. So if you're a marketplace seller specializing in hair, makeup, and skincare ranges, Lydia Fowler, Bex Weston, and Dr. Kemi Fabuziva I hope I'm not butchering the name, Dr. Fab, are likely to be on your customer's radar. In the age of digital connectivity, social influencers can be retail's strongest sales stimulators. Absolutely. Influencers are, when done properly, worth a lot. It is amazing what can be achieved with influencer peer-to-peer recommendations on social channels. Yes, peer-to-peer recommendations is something that is very important. Yes, marketing is important. Yes, getting more reach, but people underestimate its reach and reputation. Okay, it's important. What do the people that use your product say about your product? A great example is the sales bonanza enjoyed by long-established skincare brand CeraVe when TikTok CeraVe, sorry, I don't know how to pronounce it. When TikTok users discovered and shared its products during the summer of 2020, the CeraVe tech has swelled to 800 million views, and its popularity on the app led to Superdrug reporting a 65% week-on-week increase in sales of CeraVe products in June 2020, as reported by ID. Recognizing this social advocacy trend, beauty retailers and online merchants have been quick to get in on the act. For example, Sephora is helping niche founder-led beauty brands connect with popular TikTok creators and tap into new audiences online. Social commerce opportunities ahead. Accenture predicts social commerce will grow 3 times as fast as traditional e-commerce, more than doubling from 492 billion worldwide in 2021 to 1.2 trillion in 2025. Okay. Wait. Social e-commerce. Let's see. They predicted it. Let's see how good that prediction was. Social commerce worldwide. Let's see, do we find some easy stat or not? Social commerce global value. $1.1 trillion. What did they say? 1.2 trillion. Yep. Pretty close. Well stated. With that, we can trust them a little bit more. The page said 1.12 something. Assuming Europe is following a similar trajectory, this means that selling on social media is a must, especially for e-commerce brands. Plus, with Gen Z gaining buying power and 26% of them using social media to make purchases, this target demographic represents a significant opportunity for retailers to gain market share and boost online sales. It's important that vendors of all product categories remain focused on their brand values. To realize these opportunities in the most risk-averse way, it's important that vendors of all product categories remain focused on the brand values and the quality of the content they share. Young shoppers are acting with caution due to the rising cost of living, but invariably they are also consuming consciously and mindfully. I'll accept it for now. I'll just accept it. Increasingly, retailers and brands are being held to account, with authenticity having a significant impact on share of wallet, revenue, and loyalty. Like never before, whatever you're selling and however you're delivering, honesty will be your best policy. Okay. Well, not a bad article. I know it's pushing a lot of this. Oh, they're so sustainable and everything, which I've heard many times. And yet, companies that are not being sustainable fare very well too. Like, I'm not sure how much of it is genuine buying decision and how much of it is virtue signaling that does not really change the click when they're buying something. Let me say it this way. But I've seen it also a big impact on it. No, was a nice little article. Yes, important. I think it's good. Authenticity. How can you deliver authenticity? I've had it with a few clients, like where it's all about, oh, don't go just into sales. Let's say it like this. Don't go into sales speak. Talk to your clients, talk to your customers, find out what they like, why do they like it, accept the good and the bad and everything, and then reflect upon that. some clients that I have, some brands that I worked with, they were like, oh, we are brand this and this, and these are our values. And then when you talk to their customers, it's like, no, they think completely different of the brand, and the reason why they buy it is a completely different one. So I'm just saying that's an important thing you should reflect upon. As usual, it was a pretty short article. Sorry for not sharing that much more insights or experience with it. If you like what I do, if you enjoy me going through this article, sharing insights with you, sharing experience, and so on. Oh, let me open the, by the way, let me open the, I want to go through the survey in depth. If you like what I do, consider supporting this channel. Leave a like, comment, subscribe to it. Costs you absolutely nothing, just 1 or 2 clicks, but it helps this channel tremendously. And with that, I jump right over to the next article. Yep. So, of contents. Do we want to do a deep dive right now into this research paper? Generation influence, reaching Gen Z in the new digital paradigm. I don't have that much time today. It's March 3rd. But I keep the tab open. I keep the tab open. We can go through it next time, okay? Yamawase. Oh, no LinkedIn, no Twitter, no nothing. Shame. Would have followed you now. Let's go through the next article. So, next article we go through email code tips, do and don'ts of HTML email coding. 2018, guys, what old articles have you sent me? Insane. Email code tips, do's and don'ts of HTML email coding. Still, we're going through it and we'll see how it works out. Sometimes it's good to go through old stuff too. Like we find out what has changed, what has not changed, what were the trends back then that maybe are already forgotten, what has gotten much better in technology. And sometimes it's also good to realize, oh, that's best practices we've known for many years and I'm still not doing them. I gotta change what I do. Yeah, hydrated, my friends. Now let's go through it. Email code comes with a lot of restrictions, unfortunately, yeah. The rules for HTML for email have not been standardized across email clients yet. This puts a limit on the creativity and techniques email designers and developers use. Moreover, every template needs to be tested on all email clients upon sending just to make sure it displays well. Yeah, absolutely. I think, what was the number? I made a deep dive video about it. I think the different interpreters for email coding and CSS and HTML, I think there are over 15,000 right now. Insane amount. You find the videos on my channel, like about also DKF, SPF, DCIM, and so on. What the different methods are and what is important to set up so that your emails work well. So, moreover, there are certainly a lot of things you can do and plenty that you'd better stay straight away on. So let's get started. The do's and don'ts of HTML email code. Let's deep dive. Do tables. Using tables for your template layout is still the most reliable method to make sure the design renders well across all email clients. In spite of being an old-fashioned method for web development, this is the preferred way to code your multi-column email design. In normal websites, I remember, I'm so old, I remember the times when we did everything with tables, and then I stopped for a while because I had another job, and then I went back into website making, and a colleague of mine was shocked that I didn't use classes and divs and everything, was still old school doing tables. Told me, no man, that's old fashioned. Let's continue. 2. Single column layout. Most brands nowadays use this kind of layout since it looks great on all kinds of devices and screens, especially on mobile. In addition, it makes the content easy to be scanned. Moreover, the scrolling doesn't bother the modern users. It comes naturally from using social media channels daily. Okay. Don't. Body tags for the background. A lot of email clients would block this tag and display the message on a white background by default. Put your background color in a separate table instead and set the width to 100% to make sure it displays clearly across all inboxes. For those who don't know, body is a tag for HTML where it's got the header, head tag, and then the body tag. I'm not sure how deep dive I should into the technical aspect. If you want me to go much deeper, tell me. We can do a deep dive session for a CSS and HTML tags if you want to. So, clearly across all inboxes, yeah. Do inline CSS. Embedded or external CSS is very little or not at all supported by email clients, so you'd better stay away from it. Stick to inline CSS style instead. This means you need to have repetitive styles applied to each element. What is embedded, external, and inline CSS? Oof. Let me open something easy. Yeah, just let's open Google Notes. Let's try it this way. Let's take a new note. Like, I want to do it properly. Give me a moment. I want to set it up so that you can see it properly what I do. Just gotta quit it for a second so I don't share some client data. Wouldn't want to do that after all. Gonna load it. Give me a few seconds. Okay. That's all I want. So there we go. So, save changes. So just had to open a draw IO, and I don't want you to see any of the client stuff. Like if you do a normal website, you can do the code like you have HTML, and then you've got like the header. And this is where you get all the different code where you put in the style sheet and everything, like the meta tag, the meta information. Can you see it even? Let's make it a bit bigger. As I said, one of my early streams, so I apologize if it's not well. Give me feedback if it's too small, too big, or anything, okay? So, and here you have then style, for example, okay? And in the style header, you put in, for example, just random, let's do something very basic, okay? Here. And with that, the P class, the P objects in all of the page have color blue, just as a cheap example, okay? Or like, well, H1 has color, I know, red, okay? Just as a very basic thing, yeah? And now for the whole document, this counts. This is like, okay, this is how the value is set for all of this whole document. This does not work really well in emails. It just does not work. So in email, you will have to do it like, for example, have the code be HTML, head, body, and then here you have the H1 tag, which is, for example, the header. So it's a big title header. And here you write style is color red, for example, okay? And like this, you can write now, this is the title, H1. Have it like this. And now if you want to have, I mean, H1 is a bad example because you should only have one. Let's go with P. And now you go, oh, but I want a second paragraph, because P is paragraph. You add it again, even if it's completely the same. Another paragraph I want in red, okay? This is what it's about. This is what is meant there. Can you guys see it well? There. So all of the different aspects of the CSS code, of the style, you put it in again and again and again and again to make sure that you have it, okay? Now, was that the best explanation? I'm sure it was not. But I hope you still understand it. Hope it works somewhat good enough. So, you need to have repetitive styles applied to each element, exactly. 2. Media queries. Media queries allow mobile users to see the email design with resized fonts, images, and background on the device's screen. Unlike the above rule, media queries come as top-line CSS and contain classes. Media queries styles can also override existing styles and hide information unnecessary for mobile users. This is achieved with important. Yes and no. Well, okay, I don't want to go too deep into that. Maybe it's a good idea for me. Let me write it out. And you gotta tell me if you like this or not. But I think I could do it one deep dive. Deep dive, email CSS. Okay. And yes, I like it still old school with paper and notebook. I like to do it this way. Let's go on. Don't shorthand CSS. Cutting out elements from your CSS may cause significant rendering problems across email clients. Most of them simply won't interpret shorthand declaration. To save yourself the trouble, simply write the full CSS every time. Yep. 2. Retina images. More and more users nowadays use devices with Retina displays. To make sure all the images look crisp on these device screens, simply use Retina images. This means images twice as big than the image size you would normally use. Yes and no. Depends. Depends. Still depends. I would say this is advice that is generally okay, but it depends heavily who your users are. Don't make it too hard for them to load the email because long waiting can be disastrous for retention and conversion. Like it depends on how big your images are and everything, and how important it is that they really are that crisp. You know, it's the same. 2. Absolute addresses. When it comes to images in email, you should most definitely use absolute addresses to make sure the images will display in recipients' inboxes. This means you need to write the full domain address, directory, file name, and extension. Example, you don't want to write like let me say, like for example, some people do image point JPEG. This won't work. You want to write face media point.t images image point JPEG as an example. You want to write, and you would have an issue because I made a typo. You want to write the whole address each time. Also make sure that HTTPS or HTTP, because some domains and some servers don't allow that. Just saying. This might work on your local machine. It might work in your server and your machine, but when you send it out, everything's broken for everyone who's not on the same server. Okay? Don't image maps. One image that leads to different URLs won't get recognized by many email clients. Stay safe, slice your image into several other small images and link each one to its own web page. What is image map? Image mapping is something where you, for example, you take one image like this. Let me erase those two. You get one image and then you overlay areas where you say, hey, if you click in this area of the image, I want it to be link 1. And if you click on this area of the, yeah, well, okay, let's do it this way. And if you click in this area of the image, I want you to go to link 2. Okay? This is what mapping means. You can do that in code. Don't do that in emails. Don't do that. You should, if you want to do it as an email, wait, yeah. You should like get the image done in such a way that it's cut and make 2 images out of it. Okay? like this. I mean, now it's not the same areas. If you wanted like it was before, you could click the image into 4 areas. Like here, you could cut it out here and here. But what I mean is each image should be one link and not multiple. Okay? You'll have trouble with that. Some people want to be cute with it. Pre-header text. Do. Pre-header text is important as this, the preview, as this. There seems something wrong with this sentence. Pre-header text is important as this, the preview of the email message people see before they open the email. However, don't hard code the pre-header text into the template, but write it as an HTML comment instead. This will prevent you from accidentally sending an email that is a hard-coded, uncustomized pre-header text, such as write pre-header text here. Or like something with hello name, where it's code. Okay. But yeah, put significant aspect into the pre-header. It's important because that's the part that you will see before you click on the email. Do character encoder. Use character encoder to make sure special characters won't show as squares or diamond symbols with question marks inside. You could also turn some of these special characters into images where possible. Character encoder is the typical UTF and such. It's like, oh, do we use U and A? Do we use Arabic and Chinese symbols and so on? We can do a deep dive into that too. Important is just that you check it out, that you make sure that you use the right one for your target audience and the font and the symbols that you use. Don't fancy fonts. Unfortunately, fancy fonts won't display properly across many email clients. Generally, you can use Google Fonts, but it's a good idea to define a backup font in case the one you've chosen isn't recognized by a certain email client. MailChimp has provided a list of safe fonts as well as fonts that need backup. Here again, you've got a few fonts that are accepted by everyone. Then you've got a few safe fonts for Microsoft, and then you've got a few safe fonts for Apple, and I think Google also. Where it's like, the more complicated, the more likely is it that a client, an email client, might just not load it and not show it. Do mobile first. With the rise of email mobile opens, a lot of email designers and developers have started building campaigns for mobile displays in mind. This approach is the reason single column layouts are recommended for the modern email development. I wouldn't say mobile first. It's also something that's typically declared. Oh, everyone is on mobile. Everyone is on mobile. Yes, a significant chunk of people are on mobile, but not everyone. Not everyone. When you check it out, you will easily find that, what is it, like 30, 40, 50, 60, 70%, depending on your niche and your client base and the email lists that you collected. You'll find that 30 to 70% of the people are still on desktop reading your emails, just so you know. Okay? 2. Well commented email code. It's good practice to comment on your code in case the template needs to be edited in the future, which happens quite often. Generally, a good advice to comment and explain why and what is what. Don't heavy and complex CSS HTML. Advanced code doesn't go along with email coding yet. Leave out JavaScript, Flash, HTML5, and CSS3. CSS3 seems to be working nowadays in most already. CSS3 works, seems to work in most. Don't cut me or attack me if you get bad experience with it, but in most cases CSS3 works nowadays, at least in my case. Also, make sure the size of your email template doesn't exceed 102 KB. This is the point at which Gmail would clip it out, and according to this survey, 59% of email happen on Gmail. Interesting survey. Let's look at. Do test. When it comes to email coding, testing is a must. Unfortunately, standardization of HTML for email is still a dream. Therefore, you will have to test every time you change an element or a line of code to make sure it renders correctly everywhere. Conclusion: email code is not a hard job. It simply requires a lot of testing and following certain rules. We've outlined the most common do's and don'ts related to HTML email code. If you feel we've missed an essential point, please note it in the comment sections below. Not a bad article. I like it. I think a few things were left out that one could address, but It's a good basic one. Good basic one. Let's not be negative. What would I add? I mean, yeah, let me add something that are not in the context of this article because it's just HTML, but test it, clean your email lists, use a tester to see if the addresses still exist or not so that you don't have too many bounces. It's bad for your domain reputation. Segmenting if possible, but yeah, test it out. Get a few accounts for yourself, 4 or 5 accounts for different things, one in Outlook, one in Gmail, one in Apple product, something like that, and send the email out. Really send it out, and then look on the different devices, not just simulated, but on the different devices, on a laptop, on a computer, on a phone. Check it out to see what it looks like. Also, use testing software. There's quite a few testing software. I don't know which ones. If you find a few videos about it on my channel, as usual, just type in email test, something like that, and you will find a few things. But I like the article. As usual, if you like what I do, if you enjoy me going through these articles, checking material, sharing with you my experience, my information, consider supporting this channel. As usual, leave a follow, subscribe to it. It's 1 or 2 clicks, costs you absolutely nothing, but it helps me tremendously and sends me the signal that you want me to keep doing this. For everyone else who can't follow, leave a comment, leave a like. I appreciate it a lot. And with that, we jump right over to the next article. And as usual, yeah, I know it can be a bit boring to hear this little sentence again and again and again with me saying it, but I clipped the videos, and they are on my YouTube channel, all as unique little clips. So everyone who listens to me live, sorry, you will have to listen to this 10 times per stream. That's just how it goes. No, I don't want to unite right now. Maybe another day. Another day, maybe. What do we go through? Tap cookies. Something from Shopify directly? Why not? A few of you have online brands and e-commerce stores. Let's go through that. I have no clue if it's good or not. And by the way, for those curious, because sometimes some of you are curious about what I do, sometimes you're not. I know. I don't mind that you're not. Let's see. I just finished a little experiment today. Nothing grandiose, just a little color picker. Because for a WordPress plugin that I'm programming, I need coding and calculation of colors. That's just it. And so I did this little thing for the different hues that I get all of the different hex codes immediately. Hope you like it. Yeah, nothing special. Why did I share it? Just like that, because I like sharing my stuff. Yeah, I like sharing my stuff. That's just the way it is. So, oh, let me go there. I don't like such big. I don't like this. Let's erase it perfectly. Nice. So, let's start the next one. And we're jumping right into the next article. This article is called Essential Website Design Tips for E-commerce Stores. Learn website design tips for how to make a site that boosts conversions, builds trust in your brand, and is literally and figuratively easy on the eyes. Written by Sarah Moat. Okay, published in September 27, 2024 by Shopify. Let's go through it. Now can I make it a bit bigger? Easier for you to read along, I hope. Yeah, that's a good way, I hope. If it's not well, tell me and I'll adapt it. Yep. So in 2014, yeah, I founded Moat Agency with Rembrandt van der Minsbrugge. I hope I'm not butchering the name. I apologize if I do. Specializing in e-commerce, we partner with clients at every stage of the brand journey, From initial market strategy and brand identity to design, development, and marketing, always with the focus on sustainable growth. Across my 15 years of e-commerce web design experience, I've shaped the strategies of clients ranging from independent brands to Fortune 500 companies. I'm excited to share the web design tips and advice I've gathered throughout my career. Nice! All right, let's jump into it. Design is communication. It's a conversation. It has the power to captivate an audience, convey information, and evoke emotions, all of which directly impacts consumer decision making. Good design improves the quality of the conversation. With e-commerce in particular, you want to give a customer the information that they need to feel well informed and confident enough to make a purchase. Well-designed web pages help create an engaging customer experience, which reinforces your brand identity and drives performance metrics like sales and customer retention. Okay? To get your own conversation, here are some website design tips learned over the last decade while designing for clients. Table of contents, what do we expect? So, what are the elements of great website design? Accessibility, color palette, images and video, functionality, navigation, typography. Okay. Okay. Interesting. I'm going to hold back for a bit now. Just for a bit. I'll jump right in with my content, but I want to see how they label it. Great web design often comes down to the interaction of these 6 core elements. Accessibility. Accessibility is both a legal consideration and a design consideration. From a design perspective, better accessibility makes for a better overall user experience. Just so you know, accessible is legal consideration since I think June this year. It's also in the European Union zone. It's become an important thing in Austria, especially. We've got a Web Accessibility Act, so get your websites together, inform yourself if you're relevant or not, because you need to make a certain amount of money and have a certain amount of employees and so on and so on, or cater to specific clients and customers. That depends. Like, go and inform yourself about it. I've done over 250 pages. I've done audits for over 250 pages in the last year, not year, this year. And I would say 99% did fail this. Okay. And just so you know, even if you don't need it, it's good because the crawlers and the bots and the of Google, Bing, and so on, they work on the same principle. It's the same principle. If you did the page well in the web accessibility for someone who's blind, then you've done it well for a bot too, just so you know. For example, design triggers like overcrowded layouts. Okay, I want to get rid of this. This. I don't want you to come into view every time I scroll. Thank you very much. Yeah, better. For example, design triggers like overcrowded layouts and flashing animations can cause overstimulation in many neurodivergent people and often result in visual strain and lower content comprehension for neurotypical people as well. Considering cognitive ease and other web accessibility principles from the start helps you make more design choices that will allow users to seamlessly flow through your site. Shopify has built-in accessibility features like the ability to add alt text to images. Including alt text on your website is a low-effort, high-reward place to start from both an accessibility and SEO perspective. You can also use an accessibility app or hire an accessibility team to audit your site and ensure W3C compliance, baseline standards for optimal web design for the following criteria: animation and movement, forms, inputs and errors, processes and task completion, image and media alternatives, interactive components, input orientation, layout, consistency across views, policy and protection, text and wording, help and feedback, user control. Just as a little something. And just so you see, let me show you something that you guys can easily do on your own. I'll pick this again. If you have your website, okay, very easy. Go to your browser, whatever browser you have, F12, and you'll get this little window, the dev window. It's in Chrome, it's in everywhere, Firefox and so on. If you work with Safari, sorry, I'm sorry. Sorry for you. Now, I have the rendering already visible. Many of you might not have it. How you get it? Up here in the three dots for the extra, and you find it here under more tools. Let me make it more better visible. More tools, and here's the rendering. And then you click on it and you have this little extra rendering window. And in this one, you can now emulate people with visual defects. It's here, emulate vision deficiency. Like, let's test it out. Like a blurry vision. Is the text big enough and good enough to be read if I have bad eyesight? Or reduced contrast. What if I don't see the contrast well? Is the website still good? What if I have problems seeing specific colors? Like here, no red. I can't see red. Suddenly, the colors look very, very different. No red, you can see no green. What is it like if it's no green? What is it like if I don't see no blue? And then you can test it on your website. There are some pages where if you use any of those, you have very bad, very, very bad results. And it's really such color blindness things is not that rare. I mean, it is rare, but for example, not being able to discern between red and green is women, 1 in 200 women has it, and 1 in 12 men. 1 in 12 men can't see the difference between red and green, just so you know. So it's a huge chunk of possible audience. And while I have this little thing open, I want to show you something else for the web designers and everything, because it can be very annoying. If you click on the F12 and you have this depth open, you can not just reload the page, but you can right click it and get 3 new options: normal reload as usual, hard reload, or empty cache and hard reload. Hard reload means everything is loaded once more, like the whole CSS style sheet file, for example. This is interesting if you change a little something on your website, like I changed the color or I changed the logo or image, but in the cache of the browser it's still saved. And to make it easier, the browser doesn't always load all the data or everything for the same page. It just says, I have this already in the cache, I don't need to reload it again. This way you can reload it properly, just so you know. Just so you know, a little something. Color palette. Color can affect every other element of web design, since the colors you choose determine what stands out and what fades into the background. This is especially important for legibility when it comes to text, but you don't necessarily need to sacrifice branding for legibility. For example, high contrast color palettes such as black text on a white background are more legible, but you can play with that contrast by using off-white and charcoal instead of pure black and white. Even within a color like off-white, you can incorporate your own branding. Some off-whites are more on the gray-blue side and others are warmer, more on the cream side. The colors you choose should complement your brand and remain consistent throughout your site and other brand touchpoints. Well, I'm not very happy that they don't mention here at all the aspect of accessibility. The aspect of accessibility. Because even if you have colors that are very visually contrasting, what you might think contrasts very well is with a little bit of eyesight issues, a very bad contrast. Like, let me give you an example. Let's see if I can. These colors are not good. These colors are not good. Let's test red and green. Let me see if those are good versions or not. Just test it. And then we go in no color. And as you can see, for someone who's colorblind, the contrast is suddenly very, very small. There's not a lot of contrast here. No, or like this, or like this. Just saying. This works. Or there, like with little contrast. Okay? Take these little tests and look at it. I've seen a few pages that, like, especially now during the, how is it called? During the holiday season. It's Christmas soon. I mean, I don't know when you watch this video, but like it's Christmas soon, and there will be a lot of blue, a lot of green, red ads that many people can't see, like just can't see it. You know? Important to consider the color palette that you use from these standpoints. That's where you site and other brand touchpoints. Images and videos. Even if your brand's color palette is subtle, you can always add accents of color through photography, video, and other visual assets. Incorporating branded imagery is a great way to add a variety of different colors to your website, bringing to life your brand personality. It's also something you can change season to season to shift the look of your site. With product photography, it's wise to standardize your aesthetic approach so visitors can easily flow through the site with a cohesive view of your product catalog. For example, you might shoot all of your products on the same slightly off-white background with the same quality of natural lighting. When it comes to lifestyle photography and videography, there's a lot more room to strengthen your brand's narrative. For example, jewelry designer Shaki Aches, I hope I'm putting the name correctly, sorry if I'm budget, website features a video and photos of brand ambassadors and celebrity couple Adam Levine and Behati Prinsloo. There we see it, like little off-color, off-white. A celebrity endorsement can be great social proof for establishing brand trust. The images of Adam and Behati casually embracing while wearing the brand's jewelry positions Shaki Ache jewelry as bold and romantic. Functionality. At the end of the day, a website needs to serve its intended purpose, whether that's selling products or providing information. That means that the functionality of your site is as important as the look of it. I would say it's even more important because there's nothing that makes you look more crappy than if it doesn't work. Frustration tremendously for the user if something doesn't work. Trust me. Users nowadays are very used to things just working smoothly. Support those efforts whenever you add a design element, measure how it impacts site speed. Absolutely. Also, make sure, consider all the best practices like lazy load and all of this kind of stuff. For example, if you choose to incorporate videos, consider adding an image fallback. In other words, if someone's connection is unstable and the video is slow to load, the fallback image will instantly pop into the place instead of the video. I would even say consider how to do these videos properly so that you're not in too deep of trouble. Because it's very, very ugly if the whole page stutters and waits and takes forever to start because of a video in the background. Okay? Make sure that it loads correctly and the hierarchy of what has to be loaded when is done properly. Remember that even if you're designing a website on a laptop or desktop computer, your customers are browsing a site on a variety of devices, including mobile phones and tablets. In fact, mobile commerce accounts for more than half of all e-commerce sales. For this reason, many business owners opt for responsive design, which means the site will automatically adjust based on the user's device, which is absolutely a must-have nowadays. Responsive design, either you have responsive design or you have how this I don't know the proper term like that, but like a pathfinder where it checks out is this a mobile device or desktop device and then sends you to the pages. I've seen both approaches because sometimes you have such a cool unique design and stuff that you say I just can't put it into mobile, it's just too different. And there you check out, hey user, are you on mobile or are you on desktop, and then you decide on which of these two pages to forward the person. It's also a good solution if you want to have something very, very special, because responsive design, it makes some neat little tricks for design impossible. Just saying. 5. Navigation. Navigation design is about creating a funnel that allows users to find what they're looking for in as few clicks as possible. You don't need to reinvent the wheel with this design element. There are standards for intuitive website navigation. Is this another article? Well, let's see what do they say. For example, you can meet user expectations by placing the navigational links on the left-hand side, the logo in the center, and tools such as search, user registration, and the shopping cart in the upper right-hand corner. Here it's often, I've tested it. Yes, you can absolutely create very unique, very interesting menus and all of this kind of stuff and be wow. It often, not always, but often comes at the cost of conversion because your users are used to something. They want it to be there where they don't want to look around too long. They don't want to have to search where is the menu and what kind of bizarre new way of menu have you invented. Like you can do it, but I'm saying if you've got a mass product or a normal shop, don't be cute. Don't try to be too special. People are used to something. Stay in the confines of what is used, tested, and true. Typography. 6. Typography. Good typography guides the reader's eyes smoothly through the text. For example, large text emphasizes important information and enhances comprehension by creating a visual hierarchy. Your choices with these design elements can also strengthen your brand's visual identity. In typography, the typeface is the design and the font is a specific implementation of that design. For example, Arial Bold, Arial Italic, and Arial Regular are different fonts within the Arial typeface. When building your visual identity, it helps to choose 1 to 2 complementary typefaces used throughout your branding. Many of the built-in Shopify typefaces are really fantastic and easy to select. Yeah, okay, cool. It's like their little self-plug when you're launching a theme on Shopify. For example, basic commercial light is a great alternative to a more generic regular Arial or Helvetica used by luxury brands on Shopify like the Row. And then you see here the variants, like it's a family. Okay, we can do a deep dive into fonts if you like that, like what is REM, what is RX, what is Pixel, and so on. If you like that, just leave it in the comments and tell me. Because even if it's mentioned like that, it's one of the most important thing in my opinion. Typography and the fonts change so extremely much of your website and how it looks and how it feels and how it comes over. It's insane. Okay, just so you know, it's insane. So, you can also license premium typefaces from independent foundries. Klim and Commercial are solid choices for branding that endures the test of time. Some foundries release typefaces that feel hyper relevant and a little bit more experimental, like Chic Toika and Pangram. Every single font has its own story and inspiration. Subtle nuances within the letter forms that give your brand a distinctive voice and tone. Ah, my mouse is a bit hypersensitive today. This is a really important thing because the fonts are one of those elements that you will almost never have anyone consciously tell you, oh, that it was this and this font, I didn't like that. But it really hits the subconscious part of the brain regarding, does it match, does it fit, does it look good or not? Like, it's, at least in my experience, insane how important the typography and the fonts are. It's insane. One of the most important elements, which is overlooked so tremendously often, at least in what I saw. Let's continue. Essential website design tips. Balance expected with the unexpected. Choose fonts based on the application. Pare down. Pay attention to line length. Avoid pure white. Design for the worst case browsing experience. Every website is different, but some guiding principles will always apply when you design a website. Balance the expected with the unexpected. Humans have a knack for pattern recognition. For that reason, websites that feel intuitive often have strong underlying pattern repeated throughout the design. What we think of as web design best practices are only conventions repeated so many times users expect them. For example, we expect to see the word bag or cart or an icon representing one of those at the topmost right corner of an e-commerce website. Users often don't consciously notice these patterns, but will notice the absence of them. You can even explain why. It takes intellectual brain power to change that behavior. If you look at it and you need to suddenly not have it as a reflex, suddenly you need a specific conscious effort to analyze where is that. Many people might get pushed off by that. They don't like it. The moment they have cognitive, how would I say it, like a workload that they have to fulfill, that they have to work, they're not interested anymore. Just saying, just be aware of it. That's why being cute and trying out a lot of new stuff and so on can backfire. The more best practices a website follows, such as placing the navigation on the left, the shopping cart in the top right, product descriptions to the right of product images, the easier, in theory, a site will be for a new user to navigate. But there's definitely a shadow side to that approach, the sea of sameness. That's what happens when websites feel overly optimized and devoid of character. It's why brand elements like typography, imagery, and color are important. They allow you to create a strong branded experience within a site that still feels very intuitive to navigate. Choose fonts based on the application. The most common pitfall when choosing typography is selecting a font that isn't ideal for the exact type of text you're presenting to website visitors. For example, a call to action button or product description requires a legible size, weight, and line length to ensure instant, thorough comprehension. If a font is overly difficult for a reader's eye, that could be fatiguing and cause them to leave the site without taking action. But with large display headlines, there's more creative flexibility. If you have a full width hero or banner image with the words new arrivals across it, that's going to be very large. So you can use more flourish and decoration while maintaining legibility. For example, here, ta-da, you can see. Pare down. Taking a less is more approach can often result in a far stronger site experience. You can use a single typeface for your product packaging and your website, like the skincare company Curated did. As a rule of thumb, try not to have more than 2 brand fonts, perhaps with the third as an accent to avoid overwhelming your site visitors or missing out on brand recognition opportunities. Clued, for example, went with a sans serif and monospaced combination. The site header and menu items are monospaced for emphasis, while the product names and description are sans serif for legibility. Different line weights provide an additional level of distinction. Your brand colors, too, will make a stronger statement if there are fewer of them. You want enough colors to create contrast on the website, at least 2, but not so many so as to be distracting. Pay attention to line length. If your website contains blocks of text like product descriptions, line length is an important consideration when creating the underlying grid of your website. If you have a line that spans all the way across a page, your eyes are traveling from the left side of the screen all the way to the right side and back again. It can be very tiring. That's why a common best practice for product description pages is to have an image on the left half of the page and text on the right half. That way, the user's eyes only have to travel half the width of the page. Oh, yeah, the moment they mention it being exhausting, I have to yawn. Ah, typical. Avoid pure white. With backlit screens and blue light emitting devices, pure white can be really fatiguing for the eye. Instead, go for palettes that are ever so slightly off-white and ever so slightly dark charcoal rather than full high-contrast black. It's something very minimal that users might not even be able to call out when they land on the site, but it makes a website feel a little bit more considered and can impact the overall accessibility of the site. Designed for the worst-case browsing experience. When designing and testing websites, you're probably in a controlled environment with perfect Wi-Fi, but you want your users to be able to find what they need under any conditions. Imagine your users shopping from the phones on a flight with spotty in-air Wi-Fi, and every time they load a new page, they might be in for a dropped site or really long loading times. If a design element wouldn't work under those conditions, you need to have a backup. Adhere to best practices for optimizing, well, let's see what they say, for optimizing site speed, like disabling mobile video autoplay and using asynchronous loading to prioritize important content. Okay, that was good. Taramote, I liked it. I liked your article. Nice, 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 nice. Some good topics, some good details written. I think there's a big chunk of stuff that we could still address. But for the very end that she just said, here go again our lovely dev window. to see, most likely you have good internet because you're working on your websites, you run a business, you need good internet and everything. So you can simulate what your site would be like and how it would be loaded. Go to network, and here you can, under network, and then under this symbol, you can decide, or here throttling, easier. Yeah, I mean, we can go a bit more into detail, but like ignore that. Here, no throttling. You can decide presets, usually fast 4G, slow 4G, 3G, offline. How does the website load? For example, if I've got a 3G page, how would it load now? How long does it take? And then we go in there and we can watch it. How long does each symbol takes? How long does the website take to be loaded? Okay, really comes in nicely and handily. Just so you know, little trick that this dev tool, there's so many things. They're awesome. If you want me to do a deep dive one day, tell me. It's nice. No, I liked it. I liked it a lot. As I said, I think important aspect is adding the accessibility. Like, for example, something that I see very often being wrong is headings map. For example, here we see it nicely. It's done well, 1, 2, 3 in all the levels and everything. I've seen this messed up so often on so many pages. It's insane how many pages do this wrong, alone this header title stuff. And for people who are blind or who have issues, to use tools to navigate your site. Like, let's go, I'm international right now. How many users use tools for disabled people on the internet? Let's see, what do the stats say? Okay, the 20% of internet users across the US and UK. Okay, 1.3 billion people with disabilities worldwide. Okay, a significant portion of whom may need assistive tools like screen reader, text to speech, or braille devices. You might think, well, that's not really that relevant. Trust me, a big chunk of people who want to spend money and who want to buy stuff use these kind of tools. And there is nothing more frustrating than being on a page where it doesn't work because the form doesn't load, you can't type in the product you want to buy, and so on. Like you're missing money by having these little things not done properly. Just so you know. Okay, with that, the article itself was good. I like it. I like it. If you like me going through such articles and adding a bit of information or feedback and my experience, let me know. Support this channel. Give me a thumbs up. Follow the channel. Subscribe to the channel. Give me a nice comment. I enjoy reading nice things. It costs you nothing. It's 1 or 2 clicks, no effort really, but it helps me tremendously and gives me a good signal that you want me to keep doing this. And with that, I jump right over to the next article. Let's go. So, next article to save. Did I save this one already? No, I did not. Essential web design for tools. Yeah. Wait. That was saved wrong. Well, interesting. I got the reference saved. So, 3 articles today. Do we go through another? I don't want to go another Shopify now. Sarah Mote agency. Is there a link to her? No, it's not. Nothing I can do. Would have made, um, yeah, not even a link. Shame. Bit of a shame. I would have liked to send it over now. What do we go through? A printed book? Yeah. Let's go through something more old-fashioned because it's always digital. It's not always everything digital. I like working with print too because everybody wants to go digital. So going a bit old school can absolutely work out well. Absolutely lovely sometimes. Absolutely. Now let's go through it. I think let me just grab a drink for a second. And I also think this will be the last article for today that I'm going to work. I wanted to get a Red Bull, but I forgot to put it into the fridge. And now I don't have a cold one. We'll have to wait 10-15 minutes before I can drink it. Well, let's get it on. Next article for today. How a printed book helped Unit 21 generate millions in pipeline. Sounds interesting. That's something, that's kind of use case I want to go through. Case study. Written by Animals.co and Tim Metz. Tim Metz working for Animals.co. June 27th, 2024. Let's go through it together. Table of content, find influential fraud fighters, make the manual with many collaborators and much effort, spark conversations through strategic distribution, get results in pipeline, credibility and community impact, find the right formats for your audience. All right, let's jump into this. So, in fintech, fraud is like the F word. Companies are reluctant to discuss their battles against fraudsters for fear of revealing vulnerabilities. Yeah, true. The secrecy leaves organizations exposed because they can't learn from the peers' experiences and best practices. Unit 21, a no-code platform for detecting and managing fraud, saw an opportunity. Get experts on the record about fraud fighting tactics, create a manual from their insights, and help the industry beat bad actors through collaboration and transparency. There was no cohesive manual talked about how to think about fraud in various ways, how to architect systems around it, how to architect teams around it, how to architect operations around it, and what tools would support it. Aditya Vempati, former head of marketing at Unit 21. Okay, sounds interesting. Unit 21 partnered with Animals to create the Fraud Fighters Manual, a comprehensive guide that equips fraud fighters with knowledge and strategies to combat fraud. The book contributed to millions in pipeline in just 6 months and positioned Unit 21 as a thought leader in fraud prevention. Let's see what that article is about. 5 lessons from the Unit 21 playbook. Don't be afraid to address taboo industry topics. Unit 21 positioned itself as a bold leader by openly tackling fraud and providing value to its industry. Collaborate with industry experts to boost credibility and reach. Unit 21 used the knowledge and audiences of influential fraud prevention leaders to create its manual and expand its distribution. Consider unconventional content formats. For Unit 21, a printed book, in addition to an ebook version, provided the depth and authority needed to make an impact in its industry. Other formats might be a better fit for different audiences. Tie content to business goals. Unit 21 used the book in sales conversations to help generate thousands of leads and grow its pipeline by millions of dollars. Plan distribution meticulously. The success of the Fraud Fighters Manual was no coincidence. Unit 21 spent considerable time and resources developing the funnel and promoting the book at every stage. Okay. Now that sounds interesting, doesn't it? Find influential fraud fighters. Unit 21 needed the fraud prevention community's collective wisdom to create a valuable resource. But first, they had to find industry experts willing to speak out about the fraud taboo. Unit 21 and Animals both searched the contacts for fraud prevention experts to test the book's viability. They quickly secured the participation of several people with knowledge to share but no opportunity to do so. We spoke directly to many experts at leading fintech companies and compiled their views into this manual, explained Aditya Vempati. Again, sorry if I butchered the name. Former head of marketing at Unit 21. The unique perspectives, broad set of disciplines, and enthralling stories help us add color to topics like synthetic identities, risk management, cryptocurrency, account takeover, and more. The final roster of contributors is a who's who of experts in fraud prevention. Robert Reynolds, head of product at Pinwheel API, Kevin Yang, core engineer at Nibiru Chain, Kenny Grimes, head of risk strategy and analytics at Mercury, Tanya Corder, a compliance manager at Treasury Prime, Zach Pierce, former risk ops lead at Elithic, Rajiv Mupala, head of risk operations at Brax, Ali Ratot Papier. Again, sorry if I butchered the names. Former head of financial crime compliance at Brax, Alex Fivosovic, head of fraud risk at Unit 21. I think that's the names, that's the people. By featuring fraud experts and influencers, Unit 21 secured the manual's credibility and distribution. Aditya says, the biggest thing was just that introduction, getting those interviews, getting those people on board. Each contributor brought their own audience to whom they could later promote the finished book. Make the manual with many collaborators and much effort. Involving multiple companies and contributors is a great idea in theory, but a challenge in production. It took several months, including several writers, editors, and a project manager, to maintain consistency and quality with such a large group. The process started with outlining the book's key topics. Unit 21 provided this initial outline, and animals interviewed the participating fraud fighters for 30 to 60 minutes on each subject. The interviews formed the basis of each chapter, complemented with additional desk research. Multiple rounds of editing created a consistent voice and narrative flow throughout the book, despite the variety of contributors. The project needed a central coordinator to align all the moving parts and people. Shana Hainier, Unit 21's head of content, took on this role. She partnered with the head of fraud to develop the book's outline and their head of marketing for the promotional strategy. Shana also worked closely with animals on the contributor interviews, edited chapter drafts, and coordinated with the design team on the visual identity. The final Fraud Fighters Manual counts 168 pages packed with actionable insights and real world examples. Each chapter provides in depth information. Oh, that's a manual, I want to look at it. Each chapter provides in depth information on fraud prevention, drawing on expertise from Unit 21 and industry participation. Unit 21 knew people would judge the book by its cover. They designed the manual to be more than just a resource. It's an engaging and visually appealing experience that keeps readers reading. We wanted the book to feel like a magazine that you put on your coffee table, says Aditya. It needed to be something people would be proud to display and share with others. The book's design embodies the spirit of a fraud fighter, tough, street smart, and always ready for action. Bold colors, striking visuals, and modern typography create a sense of urgency and importance, reflecting the high stakes of fraud prevention. Okay? I'm really curious to take a look at it then together. Spark conversation through strategic distribution. Unit 21 and Animals used the interviewed experts' networks to build hype for the book's release. They asked each contributor to share a LinkedIn post teasing the chapter, nudging followers down a carefully crafted funnel for a copy of the book. Here, for example, I'm thrilled to announce my participation as a contributor to the Fraud Fighters Manual, collaborating with a team of esteemed fraud experts. This manual serves as a comprehensive resource, equipping fraud fighters with the knowledge and tools necessary to combat fraud effectively. The manual consists of 6 captivating chapters, and my particular expertise lies in Chapter 6, but together we equip personal collaborations in Chapter 4. And everyone has something where they're the expert, okay? We explore how an organization's structure and industry influence risk management requirements while also providing practical strategies to mitigate risks and establish a robust risk management framework. Okay, cool. Sounds good. Sounds really good. Let's start. What is the click to? Don't miss out on securing your spot for the pre-release by visiting the following page. Secure your spot for the pre-release. Get a spot for the pre-release. Okay. The promotion, LinkedIn, blogs, and events. Besides promotion through everyone's social channel, Unit 21 encouraged each contributor to publish the chapter on the company blogs with links to the book's landing page. This approach accomplished 3 goals for Unit 21. They reached a wider audience through the influencer contributors networks, The LinkedIn post drew thousands of click-throughs, translating into valuable leads for Unit 21. Build credibility for the book through endorsements from these respected experts. Grew the organic backlink profile for the Unit 21 domain. Events. Unit 21 organized a pre-release party to promote the book. They flew out the authors and recorded interviews for the microsite. Respect. Good. So there was a real investment, huh? They also coordinated with the contributors and their organizations to promote the book through live events and webinars. Shayna worked with these partners to spread events over a 6-month period to maintain momentum after the initial launch phase. The home base, a long-form microsite. Unit 21 housed everything related to the manual on a separate long-form webpage. The microsite encapsulates all aspects of the campaign and pulls in SEO benefits from the promotional activities. Fraud Fighters Manual. Okay. Looks nice. The webpage features author videos, related articles, and reader testimonials. Upon launch, it also included a calendar with all the pre-planned events for the 6-month period, allowing registrations to begin on the day of publication. The sales motion. The book as conversational fuel. Unit 21's sales team used the book in conversations with prospects, offering to hand deliver copies. Aditya says sales reps would say, "Can I come by the office and give you a copy and we can talk more?" This approach was highly effective. 4 out of 5 prospects who received the book decided to try Unit 21. 4 out of 5 prospects. Just think about that. Nice. The manual wasn't the only reason for the decision, but it significantly accelerated the sales process. Prospects were impressed that Unit 21 had written a book, a real book, establishing them as true experts. The tactic was so successful, Aditya had to limit the numbers of copies sales reps could hand out. I had to at one point be like, "Dude, you can't give 10 copies to a team. I can only give you like 3 or 4, Aditya recalled. If they buy, tell them I'll give them 10 copies. Get results in pipeline credibility and community impact. The Fraud Fighters Manual launched in June 2023 after a 6-month production process. The response was immediate and overwhelming. In the first 2 weeks, the book had over 2,000 downloads in an industry with an estimated population of 15,000. The book eventually contributed to over 4,300 downloads in the first year, thousands of leads, millions in pipeline within 6 months. The manual made a real impact in the fraud prevention community beyond these numbers. The book started conversations, spurred collaborations among industry peers, and gave fintech companies much needed knowledge in the fight against fraudsters. That's a significant accomplishment in an industry where people distrust marketing. The Fraud Fighters Manual passed the sniff test, even though Unit 21's value propositions inspired the book's narratives. The printed format, genuine interviews, and appealing design won over readers, including the US Secret Service. You know you've made an impact when the US Secret Service requests your content. That's how far the Fraud Fighters Manual reached, as Shayna discovered through this surprising LinkedIn message. Find the right format for your audience. The lesson here is not that every company needs to rush into creating a book. That finding the right format and approach for your audience can generate outsized results. And manual made sense for Unit 21 given the complex topic and hunger for reliable information in the industry. The long-form book structure allowed them to cover fraud fighting comprehensively, give authority to the content, and create an asset worth promoting. You might succeed with a different format, like a research report with original data, a video series with customer stories, or an interactive tool with personalized recommendations. Hopefully, this story of the Fraud Fighters Manual inspires you to think creatively about content marketing. Companies can create impactful content that delivers business results by exploring new formats and embracing collaboration. So ask yourself, what's your company's equivalent of the printed book? What bold content format could transform your marketing and establish your brand as an industry leader? The answer may surprise you and your audience. Looking for original content ideas to capture attention and fill your pipeline will help you find your industry's equivalent of the Fraud Fighters Manual. Let's chat. Of course, I'll link the article in the description below. Oh yeah, true. Now I realize I should maybe. I have no clue if that's a good idea or not. Oh man, true. Ah, maybe I should have. Let me test something. Oh, but still, absolutely great article. Great article. I can't say anything against it. Love it. I've made good experiences with stuff like this too, where you go like against the grain. Everybody wants to be modern, great modern. Sometimes it's worth it to try other venues. Like I've been doing old school paper posters for my digital marketing agency. Sometimes I send letters, old school letters. Like there's so many different ways. Don't just chase the new trends. Also go through all the great case study. No, really, animals.co. Well done, great. I love it. I hope it inspires a few people. Like it, really like it. And with that, I hope you guys enjoy me going through such articles too. Reading news, trends, case studies, research papers, and all of that kind of stuff, and giving a bit of my experience and my information too. Well, in this case study, I didn't because it was interesting. I have not yet created books for my clients. Maybe I should consider that a little bit more. But I hope you like it. And if you do like it, consider supporting me and this channel. Leave a like, better follow or subscribe. That's the best thing you can do. If you see me on a platform where you can't do that, leave a comment and a like. It costs you nothing. It's just 1 or 2 clicks, but it helps me tremendously, and it shows me that you want me to keep doing all of this. And with that, I'll jump right over to the next article for today. So, so now that I think about it, I think I am not going to do another article. Let me test now something. I want to test something. How does this work? What happens if I do it this way? Then just added it as. What happens if I do it this way? I'm curious. I'm just adding the article and the URL in the chat so that if you want to see it, you can go through it. Next time, not today, next time I'll try it the whole time during the, yeah, during it. Oh, this did not work. Wait. There we've got issue. Let me try it again. This works better. Yep, this worked now. Interesting. Gotta find out all of the different versions and stuff and everything. That was nice. That worked well. All right, let me go on a bit. We are finished with the part where I gotta save it all. Yep. Just 4 articles because I've got a lot of work to do today. Got a lot of work that's waiting for me, and I'll jump right into it. With that, let's see if my other mode works well. It's the first time I'm trying it out on these platforms. Let me see. I forgot which of these two. Oh. Nope, gotta start recording. Yeah. So, works. On my channel already is the video of me reading an article about Elida Solis finding out that ChatGPT seems to be using Google SERPs or AI overview as a fallback. And now I wanted to read her paper directly. I was curious about the stuff. So let's go. Wait. Yeah, I forgot. Sorry, I forgot. I completely forgot to go through this little macro page with you all because we've just looked at it. And now, of course, we want to see how does the page look, how is the microsite, what is it like, how does it work right now. Unit 21 AI still, research, broad fighters manual. So, very well done. They put it on their domain. Okay, that's something I wanted to know because, of course, all the backlink will juice up the SEO value. Work email, download your copy, very basic, immediately in the hero section, nice. Highlights, chapters, is it all in one page? Yep, one page. We jump from the highlight to the chapters, authors, reviews, nice, 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 nice. Count different pages, chapters, quite easy. Raw Fighters Manual, Robert Reynolds. Different interviews for the different topics and chapters, very nicely done, depending on which topic. Reader reviews, just 3, okay, I would have thought more, but still very well. Sign up for an upcoming webinar, very well. Related articles, even more. A lot of, get a demo. See first in how we do it, yeah, of course, for the company itself, to get directly with them in contact. Our mission, nice web. Well done, I like it. Absolutely lovely. I think it's great, really very well done. Respect, 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 respect. Unit 21 and else, great what you've done. I respect it a lot. Nice, 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 nice. So, and with that now, we're going over to the videos. There you go, there you go, there you go. This is the original article instead of going over an article that describes what the article was about. Confirmed, ChatGPT uses Google SERP snippets for its answers. A test with proof by Alida Solis. I will link her article below, of course. So, I've run a simple but straightforward. Wait. I've run a simple but straightforward to follow test that confirms the reliance of ChatGPT on Google SERP snippets for its answers. Let's go through it. 1. I published a new page in learningaisearch.com without submitting to any search engine. Okay. I published a new indexable LLMS.txt generators page, linked from the homepage and across the site navigation. However, I did not submit it to any search engine after publishing it. Okay, LLMS generator. For those of you who don't know what LLMS.txt is, it's like a new standard that is being tried out for SEO and websites, so that an AI can easily understand what the pages, what the content of your sites are without being distracted of ads or any other stuff. Yep. So, yeah, Damhi. Hey dude, love your content, really solid. Would be great to stay connected and get updated about the stream schedule. Cool, thank you, man. Yeah. Absolutely great. Sign up for the newsletter. It's the best way to stay up to date when I'll be streaming or not. Since I'm just doing the streaming by the side, I've got my main business to run. You see all the clips on my YouTube channel. I can't tell when I'm going to be on here. But thanks, man. Really appreciate that you enjoy it. Appreciate it a lot. So, again, for those who don't know what LLMS.txt is, it's a file in the root folder of your website to tell the AI and the LLMs and the bots that crawl it, like, hey, what is this site about? Don't get distracted by the menu. Don't get distracted by the ads or anything else. Here it is easy for you to crawl what this page has as content. Okay? Just as a very simple variant. I got a video on my channel about difference between robots.txt and LLMS.txt if you want to go take a look at it. So, my goal was to assess when and how the package was going to start showing up in ChatGPT answers. So right after publishing it and before submitting it anywhere, I checked. 2. ChatGPT couldn't locate the recently published page with web search activated. A bit after publishing the page, I went to ask ChatGPT about the page content with the web search feature activated. A bit after publishing the page, I went to ask ChatGPT about the page contents with the web search feature activated. We can see how it searched the web for the URL of the page, including a search with the site double point command. What is this called in English? In German, it's Doppelpunkt, double point. I'll be Googling that after the stream. Come on. But it answered that it couldn't locate the exact page on Learning AI search, that the URL I had shared appeared to not be publicly indexed or outdated. ChatGPT, search the site, Learning AI search. We've got a good, what our list on this? Couldn't locate the exact page on Learning AI search. Appears to not be publicly indexed. Okay. This seems pretty reasonable because I had just published it and I hadn't submitted it anywhere yet. Reasonable, right? Not for Gemini. It was able to find it. Gemini didn't have any issues fetching the content directly from the page to provide an accurate answer, even if this had not yet been indexed by Google. I asked for the same information about the page to Gemini that didn't have to wait for the page to be indexed by Google. Search to give an answer about the page information. It goes and fetches it directly, listing it as a source. Okay, that's interesting. So Gemini accesses it immediately, as we can see on the screenshots. Here's a list of free, reliable, blah, 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 blah. Sources, and we've got the source down here. But you might be thinking, maybe Google had indexed it very quickly without you being aware of it. No, don't worry. Right after this, I checked that. Or I confirmed that the page wasn't yet indexed by Google or Bing so far. So after this, I submitted it through the Google Search Console and Bing Webmaster Tools. After the initial search in both ChatGPT and Gemini from above, I checked both doing a few site double point plus URL searches and checked in the Google Search Console and Bing Webmaster Tools to verify that the page had not been yet indexed when I did the initial search test described in steps 2 and 3. I could confirm it wasn't indexed in both, and once I had the confirmation it wasn't indexed in Google and Bing, still at this point I submitted it for indexing. URL inspection, Google index, not on Google. Page is not indexed, we can see it. Request indexing, it's being done. After a little while, the page, point 5, step 5, after a little while, the page was now shown to be indexed in Google via the Search Console, but not yet in Bing. However, the page wasn't yet shown using the site double point command or adding the URL directory in Google search results yet. Google started to show the page as indexed through the Google Search Console very quickly, less than an hour after I submitted it. URL is on Google, okay, it's indexed, everything works. Bing didn't index it after crawling it, an issue that still persists even today. The page is not good enough for Bing, it seems. Okay, interesting. Discovered but not crawled. Crawled, the inspected URL is known to Bing but has some issues which are preventing indexations. We recommend you follow blah 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 blah. Okay. However, at this point, even if the page was shown to be indexed in the Google Search Console, it wasn't yet shown in the Google search results when searching for it with the site double point command or searching for its own URL. I guess not enough time had yet passed. It was still too early for this. As you can see, she looks for the page directly. We can see how Bing also had and still has this issue. However, it's understandable in this case since they mention how they found problems when crawling the page and is not suitable for indexing via the webmasters tool. As we can see there, no results for that query. Number 6. Now that the page was indexed by Google but not in Bing, I checked again to see if ChatGPT was able to fetch its content. Without luck, still. After confirming that Google was now showing the page as indexed in the GSC, I asked again in ChatGPT, but it answered it wasn't still finding the page when I asked again about the LLMS.txt generators listed in it, saying that it had tried to locate the specific page. However, neither direct access nor search engines yielded results. Neither. Screenshot. Let's remember that at this point the page was in Google, already shown to be indexed via the Google Search Console, however not shown yet in the SERPs when directly searching it for it with a site double point command. In Bing, neither shown to be indexed in the Bing Webmaster Tools nor shown in Bing SERPs when directly searching for it with a site double point command. I kept checking for some time and this status didn't change until point 7 or step 7. After a while, the page started to be shown in Google search results with the site double point column and when searching for the URL directly. Sorry. After a few hours, the page started to get finally shown when searching for it in Google with and without the site double point command, as well as when searching for the URL directly. Another screenshot of and multiple screenshots. All this while not being indexed in Bing. This is important to remember. So I decided to ask again ChatGPT to see if anything changed in its answer. Point A. When I asked ChatGPT again, it was now able to provide an incomplete answer about the page content based on, drumroll, its Google search results snippet. That's important now. That's going to be interesting. Now, this time, ChatGPT was able to give an answer when I asked about the tools listed in the page. However, it took my attention that the answer was incomplete, giving only a single tool of the 4 listed in the page. All this while searching for the page via different search variations, including the site double point command. Again, and here we see it gives only one of the tools in the screenshots, and we see search queries, different search queries that it used. It seemed pretty strange, so I asked in a different way if it could fetch the content of the page. The answer was eye-opening. It said it couldn't fetch the full live content of the page, but based on other sources referencing it. Can you fetch the content from da 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 da? Tell me what it says. Thought for a few seconds. I couldn't reach the full live content of what Learning's AI search page access seems restricted. However, based on other sources referencing it, blah 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 blah. Okay, so if ChatGPT wasn't able to have full live access and was depending on other sources, I wanted to first know the reason, so I asked what was stopping it from accessing it. The answer again was interesting, because although it didn't disclose the reason of the lack of access, it said where it got the information from. I was able to fetch a snippet from the publicly indexed version of the page, which shows. Why don't we have full access? What's stopping you from accessing it? Thought for 4 seconds. I was able to fetch a snippet from the publicly indexed version of the page, which shows this, the tool example. A snippet from where? Where did it get this snippet from? Okay. When I followed up asking where was that snippet, they grabbed the information being shown. The answer was that it had located the caged snippet via web search that previews the page content, likely from search engine indexing. But I knew the page wasn't indexed in Bing, so it had to be Google search results. I went to check. Oh boy, oh boy. When I compared the text snippet provided by ChatGPT versus the one shown in Google search results for the specific Learning AI search LLM s.txt generators page, I could confirm it was the same information as you can see below. And here's the screenshot. The exact wording, and here the exact wording in the little overview snippet. So yes, it is confirmed. ChatGPT somehow relying on Google search results snippets for the answers. I guess this is yet another reason why traditional SEO is not that, and shows once again how ahead Google is, not only with the search index, but the way Gemini is able to just go and fetch the page to give an accurate answer, even when the page wasn't yet indexed by Google still, rather than an incomplete, inaccurate one like ChatGPT relying on search result snippets from Google. Now, step 9, update, July 25th. New update. The page is now indexed by Bing, but ChatGPT says it still doesn't have access to the page content, and its answer content is now based on another variation of a snippet shown in Google Search, now from the site double point URL search, but not Bing. I checked again today to see if anything had changed and found that the page was now shown to be indexed in Bing via the Webmasters tool. We see a screenshot of the Webmasters tool, it's indexed, we see indexed successfully. However, when searching in Bing directly with the site double point command along with the page URL or just the URL, the page wasn't yet shown, or only the homepage of the site was, as can be seen below. We see another screenshot of the page, and it's just this homepage of the site, not the specific LLMS text generator page. Nonetheless, when doing a site double point search along with the parent directory URL of the page, it was finally shown in the search results. Please note how the description snippet in Bing SERPs of the page does not show the meta description, but a truncated preview of the page content. Okay? Okay? Here we can see it. So you might be wondering, now that Bing was finally indexing the page and also sometimes showing it in its SERPs, made any change ChatGPT answer? Was it the Bing snippet shown now instead of the Google one? I asked ChatGPT again about the page content, and the answer was interesting because it again provided an answer from a search snippet, not the full content. The page snippet provided in the answer was different from the one it had previously shown, saying here's what that snippet shows, featuring different content than it previously did. When looking if this new snippet provided in the ChatGPT answer was the one shown in Bing search results in the scenario for which it actually listed the page, I confirmed it wasn't. It was taking it from another location. When checking again if the snippet was one of those shown in Google search results for one of the searches of the page, I could confirm it was the same one shown for the site, double point, along with the URL this time, which is actually showing the meta description text rather than the one of the URL search only that was used before, which was showing a truncated content preview of the page, not the meta description. Now we have the query again. Has anything changed since the previous validations? Let's try again. Can you fetch the content from, here's the URL, tell me what it says and the tool it features. I located the search snippets for free LLMS.txt generations tool sections on the Learnings AI search page. Here's what that snippet shows. It's still only showing the one. That's a full visible snippet from public indexing. And here's this. It shows that. Yeah. It does not show the meta description. Oh. Interesting what we see here. So, as you can see again, ChatGPT continues to provide an answer based on a Google search result snippet, one from a different query related to the page than before, and is now using the meta description unlike before. Despite the page being now indexed by Bing, where is showing a different description snippet in those scenarios where it's now shown in the SERPs. Will it stay like that after a few days? I'll keep you updated. Need more proof that ChatGPT is using Google search results? This is far from being the only one. The test above complements well what Alexis had identified here a few weeks ago with his own tests with different scenarios. Well, it might be an article that I might want to look to. Great article. I really like the details, step by step, going through it. Awesome done, very well. Aleda Solis, as I said, I will link the article below. Well done. If you like what I do, going through the different articles with you together, if you want me to answer any questions, and if you want to support this channel, feel free, leave a like and subscribe to the channel. It's 1 or 2 clicks for you guys. It's really the best way you can support this channel. In the description below, you will find the newsletter sign up URL, so you can sign up if you want to stay informed about my events, about the events, the live sessions and everything. Okay? And with that, you should see new videos popping up, and I wish you all the very best. Hey guys, today I've got an awesome guest for the show. You won't believe it. He's a very well-renowned researcher worldwide for his works. It's Professor Yermak. He's produced many different papers and studies over the different decades with a few different topics that we want to delve into during this interview, from cryptocurrency to Bitcoin to even more topics of efficiency, corporate government, corporate entities, how they are flexible, how they're efficient, different things of governance, blockchains, and so on. And so we dive right into it. Professor Yermak, thank you very, very much. Would you be so kind to tell the audience a bit about yourself and your biography? How did you get into that whole field of research?
Okay, thank you for the invitation to come on the podcast. And I've been on the faculty at NYU for 30 years, and I joined here when I finished my PhD from Harvard in 1994. But going way back, I knew I wanted to be a professor about the age of 16. And this is unusual that, most of my colleagues who are academics, they kind of stumble into the profession, or maybe a professor recruits them because they're a good student. But I was actually born in Princeton and grew up with many children of faculty from the university there, but was very aware of the academic culture and thought that the work was interesting, but also that it was very significant, and that you would, if you did it well, you would advance the frontiers of knowledge, you would teach and inspire your students. There's a lot of really intrinsic pleasure in being a professor and a teacher, and this was obvious to me even when I was a high school student. So I went to graduate school. I was fortunate to be admitted. I wrote my dissertation. Back at the beginning, I was really much more in the mainstream doing corporate finance. My dissertation research was on executive stock options. And I was fortunate to get a job in the finance group at NYU, which then as now was by consensus one of the top 5 departments in the world. And once I got to NYU, I met a lot of interesting colleagues. Many of them became collaborators and co-authors. And my research branched out. And I think most significantly, about 10 years ago, I became one of the first academics seriously to research cryptocurrency and to think about the possibilities not only of the crypto assets, but more broadly, the blockchain technology and what it might mean in financial markets, but in many other sectors too. And I think pivoting in the direction of crypto was a great career move. At the time, I was about 40 years old, and many professors, their research starts to run dry after their 30s. And for me, this has been sort of a whole second career, and one that has generally gotten me better invitations, put me in front of more prestigious audiences and so forth. I was a pretty successful professor before, but it really opened up a whole new frontier to start doing crypto and get in on the ground floor of what's turned out to be a very interesting area.
Wow. Wow. I mean, I looked up your work and I know about it, but I've got to admit, I personally stumbled upon your older works first, and that's how I got my attention on you. Because I was researching about efficiency of teams, and I got into the whole the board members, the size of the board, if it is more
Yeah.
efficient, if it's smaller or bigger. And that was the first paper and work of yours that I stumbled upon. And the whole crypto stuff was only afterwards when I trickled down your different
Yeah.
papers. And they're
No,
very,
I was successful researching corporate
yeah,
governance. I'm proud of my record, and some of those papers have become real mainstays in the academic literature. And I still try to keep my hand in. I'm working on a couple governance projects even now, although I would say the majority of my attention really is focused on crypto. But the governance problems are very interesting, and they're universal. They occur in societies all over the world.
would you be with me if I would like to ask you a few things about your older research first, and we go
Of
to
course.
great, great, great. So one of the questions was about the lucky CEOs and the lucky directors. It was a question of you analyzed a bit the timing of stock options that were given to the different board members, to the different CEOs, if it's just a coincidence of the timing, or if it is like a hidden method to pay them out even more. That in itself is a very interesting question, and it is tied with another point of the managerial entrenchment and capital structure of how do they make money, how are they incentivized to do good stuff, and on the other side, as far as I understood it in your papers, how they are not punished in a way if they are doing bad works. Could you give me a bit of an overview regarding, imagine someone has never been in a board meeting or doesn't really know about the C-suite. What is it like to be a CEO, to make the money, to crash the company, to make it soar high? What can I expect in these kind of fields?
Yeah. I'm not a CEO myself. I'm an academic, and I sit on the outside and pass judgment on these people who have to actually get in the trenches and make the decisions. But CEOs are subject to incentives. They have compensation structures and ownership, and they respond to incentives and rewards just like you would predict in microeconomics. And CEOs also have their own personal preferences and biases. And in graduate school, I studied very closely a topic called agency costs. And there's a whole branch of economics called principal agent theory that looks at the very general problem that if you hire somebody else to do a job on your behalf, the agent won't do the job exactly the way you want. And the relevant case in business is that the CEO is hired by the shareholders, and the assignment is to raise the stock price as high as possible, run the company in a way that generates a good rate of return. And there are things that get in the way of that. Some CEOs have poor incentives. Others are pursuing objectives that are not aligned with the shareholders. They have different goals and interests. And a lot of them really don't have the talent and the skills. To be a good CEO means that you have to be, one in a million in the business world. Someone who has both knowledge and wisdom and judgment. And good CEOs are hard to come by, just like good football players, good politicians. It's scarce to find people who are really good at this. So boards who hire and fire the CEO tend to replace them rather quickly and try to tinker with their incentives. But for the most part, most companies are going to be disappointed. The number of firms that actually match well with a manager who does well and is happy in the role and so forth, it's a clear minority, but some of them do very well. Now, you mentioned some research papers I published over time, and in fact, the first one about the timing of stock option awards, that's probably the one that made my reputation when I was young.
No.
So managers are paid in shares and stock options. And when I was a doctoral student back in the early 90s, there was a disclosure reform where the SEC in the United States began requiring companies to disclose the dates on which the managers got their stock options.
Okay.
And right away, I thought, let's look at these dates, because there was a long line of research about the timing of stock trading, falls into the category of insider trading. And my suspicion was that you would find something very similar with the awards of compensation, that there would be better than average timing. The phrase you used, lucky CEOs and lucky directors, those are actually titles of papers that other people wrote down the road. But what I found was a very clear pattern that when managers got option awards, the CEOs in particular, the stock began to rise almost immediately, in a pattern that was just too good to be true, that it couldn't have happened by chance or by accident, given the very large size of the sample and so forth. And so I speculated that managers were holding back good news, that if you knew you'd be getting options, say, next week, and you had good news to announce, wait until you have the options, and then a day later, announce the news that will raise the stock price and make your options more valuable. Now, in hindsight, I got this only about half right, because a different researcher, Eric Lee at the University of Iowa, he found exactly the same pattern, and he conjectured that this could actually be people backdating the awards, the choosing the dates after the fact and looking for local minimums in the share price. And he built a very interesting case for that. And I give Eric enormous credit for really establishing the result. And ultimately, this turned into an investigative series by the Wall Street Journal, where Eric and I both provide some support in the background. And a lot of companies had to restate their financials. I think one CEO actually went to jail briefly. And, there was widespread corruption. The paper on option timing was really the first of several that I wrote that showed a degree of corruption in the process for compensating CEOs, and called into question with good academic rigor that the process was not as neat and clean as it seemed, And many other researchers then went into the area and wrote other papers and books and so forth. And I'm glad to have kind of started this research stampede in this direction, because it always seemed to me, even as a PhD student, that the system was fundamentally rigged against the stockholders and in favor of the managers.
I'm a bit curious in that task. What were the consequences like on a personal level? I just can't imagine it. You're a researcher, you put out these papers that cause huge uproar on Wall Street for many, many, many companies. SEC gets involved, Wall Street Journal gets involved. What was it like, or did it not touch you at all? What was it like?
I would get a minor amount of hate mail from CEOs. And for a while, I was saying to my colleagues, if at least one CEO doesn't go to jail when I publish a new paper, then I'm not going about it the right way. But what you saw over time was some changes in the disclosure rules that the SEC definitely took notice. And two categories in particular, the use of corporate jets and perks like that was much better documented after I wrote a research study on that. And also compensation for things like pensions and deferred compensation that appreciates in the background, but for some CEOs is enormously important. There's much better disclosure on that as well. And again, that happened right after I wrote a major paper on that and documented the importance of it and some of the blind spots in the disclosure and so forth. So, ultimately, you're looking for impact on regulation that will feed into better behavior. And I think today the process of setting compensation is much better. People are more careful, better directors serve on boards. People are much better informed about what can go wrong. I think you're not seeing some of the really egregious outcomes that occurred with some frequency when I first got into the field 30 years ago. And that's a good thing. I think, to a large extent, some of the most outrageous problems have really been cleaned up.
Okay. You mentioned something on which you wrote a whole paper, corporate jets. Can you tell my viewers a bit about what that paper was about? What's flights of fancy? Like, what is it with the CEOs, corporate jets, and your paper?
One of my favorite studies in, what that came out of was just reading every year hundreds of disclosures of CEOs' compensation. These are all in documents that get filed with the SEC. And just because of the nature of my work, I read these a lot. And over time, I was seeing this footnote more and more often about the CEO being allowed to use the company's airplane for personal travel. So, most companies have aircraft for business travel. And, that may or may not be a good idea. But we're talking about something distinctly different here, which is where there's a plane and the CEO can take the plane, go on vacation, for the weekend or whatever. And some companies permit this, do not. And what I found was that the frequency of this was rising over time. And my data was really for the decade of the 90s. And the company that began to permit this performed much, much worse as soon as the CEO was given the aircraft. In other words, this was taking the company plane on vacation. You want to be short the stock. This is a company that's not going to do well. And this led to all kinds of speculations. It's not the cost of the airplane itself, which is very small compared to these companies, but is the CEO lazy? Are they, overly boastful and overconfident? There's lots and lots of conjectures, which made the seminar presentations very fun and led to, people already kind of looked at this perk, but they looked at it much more closely after I published this study. And one thing that I was able to do, and you can't do this anymore, but back in the day, you could go on the U.S. Golf Association website and get the dates of the golf played and also the location where golf was being played by every registered golfer with a handicap. So this is now behind a password, and you have to be a member of the USGA. But when I wrote the paper about 20 years ago, you could actually download the golf histories of all the CEOs who played golf, which was many of them. And this lined up very closely with the airplane use. That you could explain much of the use of the airplane by the golfing activity and what I called long distance golfers, guys who were members of country clubs that were not near their headquarters. So you might have headquarters in Indiana and be a member of a golf club in Colorado or Palm Beach, and that's where the plane was going. So, it made the presentation a lot of fun. Um, the data was very entertaining to collect and so forth. And I remember when I finished the paper, I emailed it to 3 or 4 friends, knowing what would happen, which is that hundreds of people, and the media was calling and everything. It's fun when something goes viral like that, and it's happened a handful of times in my career. But definitely the Jet paper was very, very popular. It reached an audience instantly.
I can understand why and how. Absolutely. Um, I would like one question before we go into the crypto space would be you also research efficiency with the team sizes, or rather not team size, but the board size. I
Right.
would like to ask to tell the audience a bit about what you found, the results behind it, but also if the results only apply to a board or is it more a general thing about teams in general? Because that's how I got into. I wanted to know for a complete different thing than a boardroom, the size of good team building, that's efficiency or not. So please.
So this is actually by far my most cited, highest impact paper. And it looks at the value of a company as a function of the size of the board of directors, simply how many people are on the board. And it's very inverse, that the smaller the board, the better the company does. And there are some very big, valuable companies like Apple that have small boards. So, it's not generally boards are bigger when the company's bigger, but it doesn't have to be that way. Now, the idea came from Michael Jensen, who was one of my professors in business school. In fact, he's the intellectual father of principal agent theory. So much of my research connects right back to work done by Jensen. And this is true of many finance professors of my generation. But Jensen had written a paper in 1993 with this conjecture that smaller boards would probably do better. And Jensen, in turn, got the idea from Marty Lipton, who's a famous takeover lawyer at Wachtell Lipton here in New York. And Lipton had written about this in the law reviews. So it's a very easy hypothesis to test. I just had collected a lot of data about boards for my PhD dissertation. And you could very easily look at the board size and the value of the company. And it's one of these research studies that the first time you run the numbers, it was just very sharp, strongly downward sloping. It took a while to get this through peer review. There was a lot of skepticism. Different editors and referees, tried to reject the paper or to, kill it with other explanations, but it went through 5 rounds of peer review, which is unusually high. But once it got into print, it's been very highly cited. This is really one of the important papers in corporate governance, one of the most cited and downloaded, and it's probably more than any other paper, the one that made my academic reputation just in terms of the statistics and the numbers. Now, my belief is that this is a very general result, that anyone who's ever served on a committee with 15 people and on a committee with 4 people, you can tell the difference. And, basically on big committees, there's a lot of free riding. People, they don't prepare, they let other people take responsibility, they don't come to meetings, but there's nowhere to hide on a small board. And I think that it would be a better world if you had boards not only of publicly traded companies, but of charities, of country clubs, of condominiums. Anytime that you need a group to be in charge of oversight, keep it small. Just get a handful of people who are willing to take responsibility and do the work, and don't burden them. Boards, they tend to get very big in business, often due to mergers and acquisitions, where you say, well, we need a director from, the company we just bought. Some seats are filled just for diversity. We need an expert in this, an expert in that. We need people of different genders, different ethnic groups. We need old people, young people. When you start giving out board seats for reasons other than the expertise of the directors, you are just filling the room with people and creating all kinds of coordination and scheduling problems. Keep it small. I've found that I work in the nonprofit world in higher education, and things always go better when there's fewer people in the room.
Yeah, really interesting. Really, really interesting take. I stumbled upon an experiment when I found that paper too from another researcher whose name I don't remember right now, sadly. There was the bigger the team or the bigger the group is that has to make a decision, the more risky the decisions get, because each of the individuals can say, "Whoa, there were so many others who thought that idea was good too." So they're more likely to do risky things because they can put the responsibility on the group instead of having it as an individual, while at the same time communications in the group gets worse and worse and worse, so the informations are not shared as well. So the end result is
I have to tell you,
yeah.
this is 180 degrees the opposite of what we find in business, that there's a general problem that companies don't take enough risk. And when you have a small group, they're willing to commit to a risky strategy. But when there's a big committee, you kind of push everyone toward the center, you search for consensus, and you tend to throw out, the more extreme ideas and, go for the safe one that, looks respectable. So I think you see this very much in politics,
Yeah,
that
really, really interesting, because also in I've been doing charity work for 15 years now almost, so I know that nonprofit sector too. And you're right, very interesting that in business it's different, don't you? What are your personal opinion? I know there's not that much research on that topic from your side, but you read a lot of papers. I'm sure you remember names of the CEOs, of the stories behind it. Don't you think many of the issues are too, how should I say, eccentric or too aggressive, or risky CEOs? Or do you think more companies had issues because they were not risky enough?
I think
Wow.
it's very much the latter. I would be looking at big companies in my research, S&P 500, large cap firms. They're very bureaucratic.
Yeah.
And what you find is that when an investment needs to be made, it goes through committees, and there's long presentations, lawyers get involved, and things get slowed down. And basically, the more interesting ideas tend to get ruled out and watered down and so forth. So it's a big problem that as companies get big, they become risk averse.
Mhm.
And it's really the younger companies with nothing to lose that take the big risks and end up, not all those risks play out, but the real high impact ideas tend to come from smaller firms that are not bound by the bureaucracy and the caution that you see in bigger companies. It's a major problem in business. And when firms get big, they get a lot less interesting and less entrepreneurial.
Really interesting, really interesting. I did not connect. I always knew about the speed, like the oil tanker needs way too long to change the
Yeah.
course. But I didn't connect it in my mind immediately with risk aversion. I just thought, okay, they're so bureaucratic that it takes too long to get to the result fast. I didn't think of it being as they're not willing to risk a fast approach. That's an interesting thing to
Yeah.
reflect upon. Thank you
You
very
know,
much. Really
one of the
interesting.
great critics of corporate boards was Ross Perot. You may remember he ran for president of the United States, but he was very successful in business. And he ended up selling his computer firm to General Motors, and he got on the board of General Motors. And he was completely frustrated. He said if there was a snake here, they would form a committee on snakes and study. He says you just need someone to kill the snake, not study it and write a report on, and he says the speed at which corporate decisions are taken makes it hopeless for them, to get it right. By the time they figure out the right answer, it's already, the ship has sailed and so forth. And
Wow, very interesting. Wow. Thank you very much for these insights. Really, really grateful for that. And now I gotta ask, how do you go from all of that kind of research to crypto? Please tell me, where was that switch?
So my interest in crypto really came from reading about it in the news media and connecting it back to a course I'd taken in high school on protest literature. So there was a novel I read all the way back in the late 1970s by Thomas Pynchon called The Crying of Lot 49. And it's about a group of libertarians who start a secret underground post office, and they're trying to subvert the government's control of their lives, and they have secret signs, and the whole thing kind of grows up into this network. And I read about Bitcoin, and this was a subversive currency started by libertarians. I looked at the whole mission and I said, this is just like that novel from high school, except they're not running a post office, they're running a bank. But it's the same people, the same mission. And I was amused by it, but then I was even more surprised that I kept reading about it, that it hadn't blown itself up, but it actually seemed to be in some kind of a stable equilibrium. And with that, I said, I need to understand how this works. And I took the time to understand the blockchain and the mining and all the moving parts. This would have been 2012, 2013, back when this was still a pretty new thing. And, it was just beginning to appear in the news media. I'd read about it maybe once a month in the Wall Street Journal. Once I figured this out, and this took some time, but once it all clicked, I thought, this is the cleverest thing I've ever seen. And not only is this extremely clever, but you're going to see the whole finance industry migrate to this. And we need to offer a course on this in the university. This is going to be too important. So, a lot of people thought I was completely crazy, but really my belief in the creativity and the robustness of the technology is what drove me to commit to it. I looked at it very carefully. I thought, this is just way too interesting to walk away from. And I approached a colleague at NYU Law School who taught banking law. This is Jeff Miller. And Jeff knew a little bit about Bitcoin already, and he agreed to teach a course with me that would be focused partly on the finance and partly on the regulation. So we launched this. It met for the first time in 2014. So this is our 10th year. We had about 33 students the first time out, but within a couple of years, we had hundreds. And, the whole field took on a life of its own pretty quickly. But, it was really from the connection to the libertarian culture and, the impulse of people trying to subvert government institutions, and in this case, the central bank. I was amused by them, but then pretty impressed at what they had come up with. That, this looks like it might not just be a way to oppose the central bank, but it could also, replace the stock exchange and, many other things. Anyone trying to transfer assets, which, people do all over the world, millions of people every day, probably can do it better on a blockchain than on a double entry bookkeeping traditional ledger.
Well, explain to some of my viewers why, in as layman's terms as possible, not a technical explanation of the blockchain, but why is it a good idea, or why is it a good solution, and for what is it a good solution?
So it provides much more security and transparency than the banking system that we have now. So if I wanted to pay you, let's say I owed you money for something and we're in different countries, I could instruct my bank to send money to your account. It would take about 3 days. There would be big fees, and the money would kind of disappear. It would leave my account, but there'd be a long blackout before it showed up in your account. And it turns out, there's a very convoluted explanation for this, but it's basically due to there are so many risks and weaknesses in the way that we transmit money. It's a very 19th century process that really has never been updated. Yeah. So on a blockchain, you can do this instantly. Both sides can see the whole thing, and you can look at the history of all the transactions made in order to verify not only that the transaction occurred, but that the person who paid you had the funds to pay you. That everything we worry about with credit checks and people being able to fulfill their debts and so forth. All of this is very transparent on a blockchain. And the security is just vastly higher. The amount spent in the background on cybersecurity and identity theft every year around the world, just hundreds of billions of dollars. And potentially all of this can be saved in the long run if we move to a more secure system. So, there's a long explanation for how the technology accomplishes this, but I've looked at this and decided it's the biggest breakthrough in finance since double entry bookkeeping itself, which arrived during the Renaissance. And 700 years ago, this was a huge upgrade in the way that we kept track of who owed how much to whom and where did the money come from and where was it being held. After double entry bookkeeping, we had much more confidence in people's financial accounts and were willing to invest. And I think you should look at the blockchain as a successor, that very much in the line of other innovations that have occurred really for thousands of years. It's a better way to keep track of people's assets and liabilities.
I'm dabbling in that kind of field. I've had other interview partners for another channel that's in German because I'm from Europe. I'm in Austria. I've got another German. The English channel is the new thing for me. I'm a bit curious about the transparency idea behind it, and it is very transparent. But doesn't it also mean that we've got no privacy left, and also that it's a dangerous thing in regards of, let's say, tyranny or whatever negative thing you want to imagine? It's like, okay, now you can check out who spent money on what 10 years ago, 5 years ago, 15 years ago, what that asset has whoever owned this one asset before, and so on. Isn't it? Because I just had that question recently with an NFT collector, and he was like, oh, I'm very happy. You can look into my wallet and you see all of the NFTs that I've got. And we like it that you can see that. And to me, it was like, oh, I don't want everybody to see in my home which books I've got or what paintings I've got on my walls and stuff like that. So, I mean, I'm not sure. I think the Europeans are technically always a bit more paranoid regarding data security because we've had more recent negative experiences, like if you look at the last century. So, what is your take on that aspect?
This is a very important issue, and we spend several classes talking about privacy in our course. So if you go back to the people who created Bitcoin, we don't know exactly who they were. The author used a false name, Satoshi Nakamoto, and I think Satoshi is probably a group, not just one individual. But they thought they were creating something very private. In fact, Bitcoin was supposed to be a reaction to the lack of privacy in the current financial system. Now, Satoshi's system gave people addresses that are called public keys, and they're like a 64-character mix of letters and numbers. And the assumption Satoshi made was that you could hide behind the private key and people wouldn't be able to figure out who you were. That's turned out to be very, very naive. In fact, it's quite easy to match up people's private keys and their true identities if you just know a little bit about their economic footprint. You can know if someone ate at a certain restaurant. You can go back on the blockchain and download all the wallets that were used to pay at that restaurant, and just get a few more pieces of information. And there are now big companies that do these forensics and, are quite good at, inverting the whole system to figure out whose wallet has what assets. So I tell the students, don't ever buy drugs on the blockchain, that you're leaving the information there forever, because not only can blockchains be decoded, but they are forever. They can't be rewritten. So once it's there for good. So I think you have to think about the trade-offs between privacy and some of the other benefits of a financial system that's very secure and fast and transparent. And without taking a stand on what those trade-offs are, we just try to get the students to talk about this in class. And we've had some very thoughtful commentary and questions over the years. I think you look around the world, and there are some societies, such as in Scandinavia, where there's no privacy. You can look up your neighbor's tax return, their medical history, and it doesn't really bother them. That's just kind of the the social structure that they've always had. And we do a lot of economic research in those countries because you can get this data that is protected and guarded in the United States and much of Europe. You also see generational differences. I'm always shocked by my kids' behavior online. And it's not just me, like all the parents feel this way. Like these young people don't care about privacy. And they don't. They look at it very differently than people in my generation. And I think ultimately, privacy is a choice that is not free. And if we want it, we have to be prepared indirectly to pay for it by giving up other conveniences, hiding behind platforms that restrict what we can do and so forth. And I think different people will have different preferences. And what would be best is a system that accommodated everybody's wishes. But I don't think you can just lay down rules like the EU has done, saying that everyone has the right to be forgotten. All data is private, it can be deleted, blah, blah, blah. These things are never absolute. They involve trade-offs. And just getting students to think very thoughtfully about the price of privacy and what they're willing to pay for it, is a very interesting way to spend an hour in a classroom. So, I think there's a lot more to be heard on this issue, that we're moving very quickly toward a world of central bank digital currency where the government really will have your whole transaction history. And they'll be able to see what you'll do, but they'll also be able to stop all the tax evasion and money laundering. And we would all benefit from that if, all the tax cheats had to actually pay what they owe. So again, trade-offs, and some very interesting trade-offs. If you want pure privacy, though, you have to go back to cash. That's the only truly private financial system, is if I hand you a $20 bill and then you give it to someone else and no one knows you got it from me. Cash has always played that role, but it's very cumbersome to use cash. And so, cash is really less and less circulated every year.
I thought the same, but I had the fortunate luck recently to be allowed to meet with one of the ECB guys from the central bank and discuss a few of these topics with them. Yeah. And because I had recently an interview with someone who was like, oh, the CBDC is absolute conspiracy, tyranny, and so on. And then I met someone from the central bank, and I was like, hey, cool timing. I just had that guy on 2 weeks ago. I would like to talk to you about these things. We were at the nice gathering, eating together, and so on. And it was like, his response was, he was laughing and saying, if we wanted to control, we could do it with cash just as well. All of the notes have the codes. In China, if you look at the Chinese system, each knife has a registry code. Who owns a knife is known in a database from the government. And you can't give the knife away without someone knowing, hey, if this knife is ever found, you were the one who bought it. Why did you give it away and not sign up that it was stolen or da-da-da-da? Same could any moment apply to cash. In the registers, there could be a little, how do you say, a sensor taking up these registry codes. It's not registry code. I don't know the English correct term for it. Like each note has its own little code. So they could do it just that way too. And I was like, what, you could? And he was like,
yeah, you're probably right.
We could do it. And he said, so we're not going to do it because of that control aspect. And I'm still like, I don't know. It could be, it could not be. Really interesting topic, in my opinion. Really interesting. What do you think personally about it?
One of our politicians in the U.S. was recently arrested and charged with a whole bunch of crimes. And he had a bunch of gold stuffed in his sock drawer. You may have seen this in the press. Cash, he had a lot of cash too, but he also had bars of gold. And clearly privacy was important to him, but it's pretty cumbersome. Gold is heavy, and it sets off metal detectors at the airport. It's hard to transport without people figuring out what you're up to.
Really? Oh man. So let's go back to the more direct questions with are you a fan of Bitcoin or are you a fan of the blockchain technology in itself? I think many people don't make a proper distinction here. So I would like to know which of it is.
Yeah, there's a big difference. I've never really thought that Bitcoin was going to be with us permanently, that
Okay.
it's very 2009 in terms of the technology. And I think Bitcoin is tremendously important for historical reasons, but it's not anybody's idea of a good payment system. So, what it was designed to do was for people to make micro payments using their cell phones and so forth. Nobody actually uses it for that. People instead use it as perhaps a substitute for gold, as a hedge against risky things going on in the real economy. But I don't think the data support that it performs either role terribly well. And the price of Bitcoin, in fact, it's been kind of on fire the last couple of days. Nobody really knows why. And I can't begin to explain why one Bitcoin is worth 30,000 or 35,000. I've never owned any of the cryptos myself. They just are so risky
Mm.
and by and large don't have any intrinsic value that you can justify paying for. It's the technology, as you suggest, the blockchain, and not only the blockchain, but the way the blockchain is updated. In the case of Bitcoin, there's a competition every 10 minutes of people around the world trying to write the next block and get a reward if they're successful. And the other cryptos, and we now have tens of thousands, but they all have their own mechanism for what's called consensus. Consensus is where you reach agreement that a certain transaction has occurred and goes into the ledger. And a lot of these algorithms are extremely clever. They tend to use game theory and aspects of microeconomics. And it's a substitute for having an accountant or some trusted third party vouching that the money's there. That's the classical system, is just to get somebody to audit and authorize and attest that things look okay. But there have been so many failures of that system that using the incentives and the open nature of blockchains where anybody can participate in these games just makes it very attractive compared to the classical alternatives of using auditors and regulators, all of whom have been shown under different situations to be corrupt and ineffective in their jobs.
Really interesting take. Wow. Thank you very much for that. Really quite interesting. Wow. That you don't own any crypto yourself
Oh
is a
no,
bit
you'd have
wow.
to be crazy.
How?
No, like why would I?
At
It's
least
just,
just for fun. I mean, you writing papers on that stuff. Take $100 and invest into
yeah.
what do I know, a
I have
thousand.
4 kids, and I found a few years ago that of my 4 kids, 2 out of 4 own crypto, and I was horrified because I did not tell them. I'd given them, the opposite advice. Now, one of my children at age 13 actually mined it at home, and I thought this was cool, like as a science project, and I wasn't even involved, and I was very proud. But my oldest, my son, got his stimulus check, the $1,200 from the government back in 2020. And like a lot of people, he bought Bitcoin. He didn't really need the money. He was back at home with us. So he bought Bitcoin, and he bought it exactly at the right time because the price just took off in 2020. By August, he had tripled his money. He said, "Dad, this is easy. I'm going to do this as a job." And I said, "No, it can go down just as quickly." And we had a lot of interesting conversations about investing. But for a while, he got drawn in. As we've seen in many of these crypto cycles, that when it goes up, it sometimes goes up very fast because there's a lot of momentum investors who will get involved. And my boy was one of these for a year or two. I hope he's not anymore.
Yeah, it's wow, really interesting. Well, about the regulations and such, at least in Europe, we're getting ready to implement a new regulation set. And
Yes.
as you know, Europe has a problem. We regulate everything to the point where we can't compete with America anymore. And even if you would say, okay, the rules are good and it works well, we're going to be so far behind that it doesn't matter anymore because nobody else plays with the same rules. It's the same with the data protection, GDPR rules. It's the same with the NICAR now, with the NFT and cryptos and so on. And it will be the same with the AI Protection Act, where it's
So
also
I would agree that in principle, the European Union overregulates things. I think that's easy to, to see, and it has all kinds of costs on entrepreneurship and, financial markets and so forth. But in the US, at least with crypto, we've had a very different problem, which is the regulators have failed to understand it and to regulate it on its own terms. They've tried to pretend that it's an investment security, like a stock, and to say that these rules we've had from the 1930s and 40s should apply to crypto. Those rules were passed even before computers existed. And crypto has many interesting issues, but they're not the same issues that you meet in the stock market. So nobody really knows in the US what the law is. There's widespread agreement that the US should have a crypto regulatory code, but nobody agrees on who the right regulator is. Is it securities regulator, the commodities, the banking? And Congress needs to step in and clarify this, but the story with our Congress, that they can't even convene because they can't elect leadership. It's a big, big mess. So I think if we ever get Congress back in session, crypto is not going to be the urgent priority, but sooner or later, I hope Congress does something. The European code looks interesting. I would say Switzerland has done the best job, but you can look at other jurisdictions. Singapore, the United Arab Emirates have been very thoughtful. Hong Kong, US is way behind. And I think, frankly, the next 10 to 20 years, all over the world, you're going to see countries struggling with this, looking for best practices. You'll eventually see the best rules bubble to the top and be widely imitated. They're not coming out of the US, though, because we haven't even made any rules yet. It's just people fighting over who's in charge and so forth.
Wow, because you mentioned your US Congress, I remember listening to the Mark Zuckerberg hearing, one of those, for like a few hours because I'm very interested in these things. And it was crazy to see how little technical literacy was there, where I thought, wow, these people ask questions that show they got no clue about technology. Absolutely.
I have to agree.
And they're supposed to get proper regulations in place. That's going to be messy. That's going to be very messy. Wow.
No, it's been pretty disgraceful how the US regulators have met crypto up to now. And I had hoped Gary Gensler would be more thoughtful because he taught crypto at MIT, but he's been even more reactionary than the guy who was in the role before him, Jay Clayton at the SEC. And I can't repeat enough that this is not a stock or a bond. It's not the kind of asset that we've had before. It's an asset that's protected by cryptography, it's a new thing. And it solves many problems, but it creates other problems. And, that's really what the regulator needs to be focusing on.
Very interesting. Very, very, very interesting take. Thank you very much for that. I know your time is very valuable. If I can just put in one more question for a moment. About now remember your personal opinion, just as an easy question. I would like to know. At first, everyone was, oh, crypto is the wild, wild west. Leave it untouched, leave it untouched. Anybody who goes into it should be carrying their own risks. Then a few issues came up. Remember, first Mount Gox, and then and many others who don't need to be named happened again and again and again. And each time, those people who lost money wanted regulators to step into it. What is your personal opinion? Because I myself just thought, well, just let all the people who invested go bankrupt. That's your problem. You wanted to invest into something that had no regulations. Keep a field that has no regulations. And if the people lose all of their money, that's tough luck.
Yeah, I've always said that to say crypto is like the Wild West is unfair to the Wild West. The crypto is far, far more unruly and harder to understand. And I think anyone who invests in this shouldn't be naive that there's no protection. There's a lot of frauds. The current trial with FTX and all the collateral damage of people who, were invested in the platform. A lot of these folks pretty much got what they deserve for not taking the least bit of care. And, this goes back to why I've said I would never own crypto, because I know who's controlling it and promoting it, and, how little control and accountability there is. And there are many markets full of fraud, like the market for used cars. And people don't say the government should regulate used cars. If you go to buy a used car, that it's a used car. And, it's probably going to break down, and it probably has a shady history. And, here's this new asset that's issued over a computer network, and we don't know who the promoters are, and the rules can change. Should you invest your life savings in this? No. But if you do, I don't think you can expect the government to ride to your rescue. This is it's a very tall order for the government to regulate this intelligently and correctly. And up to now, that's just not happening.
Yeah, it's like we're not allowing people to burn their hands when they reach for a hot stove. It's like,
Yes,
man,
exactly.
don't touch it. Don't, you're gonna burn your hand. And then as long as it's profits, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. The moment you gotta burn your hand, they say, oh no, we don't want the consequences. It's crazy, crazy. Well, Professor Yermak, and thank you very much. It was a great pleasure talking to you. Awesome to hear about the way it developed in your life. Kind of crazy, honestly. And I just can't believe it. I mean, I believe it, of course, but most surprising take is that you don't own any crypto yourself. It's
Absolutely not.
really,
But
really
yeah,
interesting. Wow.
I've enjoyed my career as a professor. It's a wonderful way to make a living. The work is interesting. You're really not accountable to anyone other than the standard set by the profession. You can decide how to spend your time, what you want to study. And it's been really a great run for me. The 30 years I've spent in the finance group at NYU have been a lot of fun. And, I'm grateful for having had the opportunity.
Well, thank you very much for taking the time being a guest on the show. I wish you and your family only the very, very best. And thank you very much for being part of the show. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the invitation.
Okay, this article sounds interesting. That's really interesting. Google makes it easier to talk to your analytics data with AI. Curious to hear what it's about. Many of you, I as well, enjoy the idea of having easier ways to interact with the data of our pages. Let's see. I have no clue what this article says. Google has released an open source tool that lets large language models like Gemini connect to Google Analytics, enabling natural conversations with your data. Okay, that sounds cool. Highlights: Google's new open source tool lets AI models like Gemini access Google Analytics data through natural language queries. You can get answered questions like what were my top products last month. Yeah, thank you. NordVPN wants to send us information. You can get answered questions like what were my top products last month without building custom reports. The tool is now available on GitHub and supports integration with Gemini CLI. Written by Mechi Southern. I'm kind of curious. Google has released an open source model context protocol MCP server that lets you analyze Google Analytics data using large language models like Gemini. Announced by Matt Landers, head of developer relations for Google Analytics, the tool serves as a bridge between LLMs and analytics data. Well, that sounds kind of neat, gotta admit it. Instead of navigating traditional report interfaces, you can ask questions in plain English and receive responses instantly. A shift from traditional reports. The MCP server offers an alternative to digging through menus or configuring reports manually. You can type queries like how many users did I have yesterday and get the answer you need. Okay, that's kind of really, really cool. For me, immediately my mind goes, okay, how many people, how many clients, how many users would like to have the data but don't want to deal with the reports and aren't quite setting up something like that for clients. Now that sounds interesting. In a demo, Landers used Gemini CLI to retrieve analytics data. The CLI or command line interface is a simple text-based tool you run in a terminal window. Instead of clicking through, a bit too harsh for some users, I bet, but we'll see how easily it will be adapted, because once you've got that done, it will easily have a graphics user interface, something that makes it easy and nice to look at for like the normie user, let's say it like that, like for most people. Instead of clicking through menus or dashboards, you type out questions or commands, and the system responds in plain language. It's like chatting with Gemini, but from your desktop or laptop terminal. When asked about user counts from the previous day, the system returned the correct total. It also handled follow-up questions, showing how it can refine queries based on context without requiring additional technical setup. You can watch a full demo in the video below. Well, that's something I will be watching. What you can do with it. The server uses Google Analytics Admin API and Data API to support a range of capabilities. According to the project documentation, you can retrieve account and property information, run core and real-time reports, access standard and custom dimensions and metrics, get links to connected Google Ads accounts, receive hints for setting date ranges and filters. That's cool. To set it up, you'll need Python, access to a Google Cloud project with specific API. Yeah, of course, they want to bind you to their ecosystem completely. Okay, annoying but fair. And to set it up, you need Python, access to a Google Cloud project with specific APIs enabled, and application default credentials that include read-only access to your Google Analytics account. Real-world use cases. The server is especially helpful in more advanced scenarios. In the demo, Landers asked for a report on top-selling products over the past month. The system returned results sorted by item revenue, then resorted them by units sold after a follow-up prompt. Yeah. Okay, interesting. Okay. Later, he entered a hypothetical scenario, a 5,000 monthly marketing budget and a goal to increase revenue. The system generated multiple reports which revealed that direct and organic search had driven over 419,000 in revenue. It then suggested a plan with specific budget allocations across Google Ads, paid social, and email marketing, each backed by performance data. Okay? Campaign 1, Performance Max. Campaign 2, Branded Search. Campaign 3, Non-Branded Search. How to set it up. You can install the server from GitHub using a tool called pipx, or pipx, which lets you run Python-based applications in isolated environments. Once installed, you'll connect it to Gemini CLI by adding the server to your Gemini settings file. Setup steps include enabling the necessary Google APIs in your cloud project, configuring application default credentials with read-only access to your Google Analytics, and optional setting environment variables to manage credential more consistently across different environments. The server works with any MCP compatible client, but Google highlights full support for Gemini CLI. Cool. To have you get started, documentations include sample prompts for tasks like checking property stats, exploring user behavior, or analyzing performance trends. Looking ahead, Google says it's continuing to develop the project and is encouraging feedback through GitHub and Discord. While it's still experimental, the MCP server gives you a hands-on way to explore what natural language analytics might look in the future. If you're on a marketing team, this could help you get answers faster without requiring dashboards or custom reports. And if you're a developer, you might find ways to build tools that automate parts of your workflow or make analytics more accessible to others. That's what's interesting to me. The full setup guide, source code, and updates are available on the Google Analytics MCP GitHub repository. Well, that's something I'll be looking. I'll link it down in the video below. Matt, that was an interesting article. I want to connect with you. That's interesting. Again, Matt G. Southern. Follow. And of course, you guys can always follow me too. Blue Sky, LinkedIn, X, wherever you are. Feel free to follow me. I share my stuff with all of you guys. Yeah, follow. TikTok. Okay, that's someone who's on many, many things. They're curious. So that is one kind of really, really interesting development. That's cool. That's cool. I think you just got to think about it. Of course, how many people are not that good in the different menus? If you make it for the client, so that he or she can easily interact with all of the data, that's going to be really interesting. That that's something I'll be looking into more. Cool. I hope it was worth it for you to watch that stuff. Again, link in the description below. If you like what I do, if you want to support the channel, feel free. Like a subscription, that's the best way you can support the channels. Of course, you can always also sign up for a newsletter. Don't know where it is right now. There it is. Newsletter, also link below. That's really interesting. Okay, bye. Hey guys, little article that I found from Google. New feature that is on right now. Try on styles with AI, jump on great prices and more. It's about being able to test, not test, to put on virtual clothes through AI to see if it will fit you or not. So let's go through it. Yeah, and let's get it on. Google shopping tools can help you with everything from trying on the latest trend to redesigning your space and finding everything at the right price. And here's the example, like whether, let me make it a bit bigger for you so the text is easier to read. Whether you're still on the hunt for the perfect summer, no thanks. If whether you're still on the hunt for the perfect summer maxi skirt, dreaming about a new fall jacket, or starting your back to school shopping, our shopping tools can help you explore your personal style and get a good price. Here are a few ways you can use Google's latest shopping features. Try clothes on virtually. At I/O in May, we introduced our Try On tool as a limited experiment in search labs, allowing shoppers to upload a photo of themselves and use AI to virtually try on clothes. Today, Try On is launching in the US, letting you easily try on style from the billions of apparel items in our shopping graph across search, Google Shopping, and even product results at Google Images. Now let's see. Okay, and then you can see what you would look like in those clothes. Kind of an interesting gimmick. I think it's not bad. I think many people might like that. Just let us show the few seconds of that GIF, and we see it. Now the different clothes. To get started, tap on any product listing across Google or any apparel product result on Google Images and tap the Try It On icon. Upload a full-length photo of yourself, and within moments you'll see what you might look like wearing those gingham print pants on the first day of class. You can scroll through other looks you've tried, save your faves, and share with friends. Okay, that's okay. The sharing and saving is an idea. You can say, "Hey, honey, would I look good in that?" Hey, then okay, the friend group can talk about. Okay. But when the price is right, we've also upgraded our price alert so it's easier to grab the perfect item as soon as it falls into your budget. Starting to roll out today, when US shoppers hit track price to set an alert for a product, you can specify your preferred size and color, as well as the price you want to pay. The shopping graph has products and prices from all across the web, so we'll let you know when there's an offer that meets your criteria. No more constantly checking to see if that bag you're eyeing is finally at the right price for you, or forgetting to come back to a product you loved. Okay? Oh. Oh. Okay, that's going to be interesting. Wow. Bring outfit and room design inspo to life. Finding ways to style the season's hot trends or looking for fresh decor ideas is getting even easier with the help of AI. Starting this fall in the US, you will be able to explore shoppable outfits and room inspirations right from AI mode. Whether you're looking for style inspo for a green flowy dress, for a garden party, or design ideas for a bedroom, our Vision Match technology will generate a range of visual options for your query and use the 50 billion products in the shopping graph to show product listings for visual matches we think you like. Wow. That's insane. And you ask it something and it shows you. And then you get those things and then you can implement them, show me what I would look like in those clothes. You can try this when it's live in the fall and start looking out for try on and price alerts when you're shopping across Google. Well, I think that's going to be an interesting feature. Google is kind of cool with a lot of ideas they have. That will make it interesting. That will make it really, really, really interesting. You can also gauge now like presents for your girlfriend or for your wife or for your husband or for whoever. That's interesting. We'll see. I'll wait for a bit more information about it. Of course, when it's out, once we've got more data, I'll share it with you all guys to see how can e-commerce brands profit off of it, benefit off of it. And with that, I'd say this little short article is over. Guys, if you like what I do, going through the articles, the news of the day and everything, consider supporting this channel, a like or a subscription. Subscribe to the channel. It's just 1 or 2 links and it helps this channel tremendously. And with that, of course, sign up for the newsletter is also possible. You stay informed about the events, about my live Q&A sessions and everything. And with that, new videos are popping up already above and I wish you all the best. Bye. Yeah, I was curious because I've personally and with a few agencies that I talked to that are advised, it was like they ask an SEO, how can we recover a 30% drop in organic traffic from a site migration? Interesting topic. Many site migrations cause issues. Some are done pretty bad. Article is written by Kevin Gibbons. Kevin Gibbons. And with that, I'm going to go through with it. I haven't read it. As usual, I'm going through it live with you guys. Post-migration traffic crashes are common. Learn what to check first and how to recover SEO performance step by step. Ask an SEO, feed Kevin Gibbons. This week's Ask an SEO question comes from an e-commerce business that followed best practices but still lost traffic after migrating to a new platform. Well, gonna see what are the best practices they mention. We recently migrated our e-commerce store to a new platform, and despite following all the recommended SEO practices, our organic traffic dropped by 30%. What recovery strategies should we prioritize and how long should we expect before seeing improvements? This is a common frustration many e-commerce businesses face after platform migration. But why does it happen? And more importantly, how can you recover lost traffic? Let's dive into the likely causes of this issue and explore the most effective strategies to get your organic traffic back on track. All right. As usual, drink water, stay hydrated. Why organic traffic can drop post-migration. So, why does this happen? And more importantly, what can you do to fix it? Understanding why this happens is key to finding a solution. Without pinpointing the root cause, any recovery efforts can feel like a shot in the dark, and that's the last thing you want. Tracking issues. After migration, it's surprisingly common for something small to go wrong with your analytics setup. Maybe the Google for Analytics tag wasn't added correctly. Maybe your Google Search Console properly wasn't verified. A property wasn't verified. Even a tiny mistake, like a misconfigured setting or a missing bit of code, can make it look like traffic has fallen off a cliff when really it's just not being tracked properly. The upside, these problems are usually quick to spot and easy to fix. It's always a good first step before diving into deeper SEO troubleshooting because the issue might not be your traffic at all, just your data. Well, that's something nice. It's equivalent of, have you checked if the cables are in it, if it's plugged in? Technical issues. If your tracking is working as it should and the traffic drop is real, the next step is to check for technical SEO problems on your new site. And this almost always starts with redirects. During a migration, especially if URLs have changed, redirects are crucial. One missing or incorrect 301 redirect can break the connection between your old and new pages, making Google think important content has disappeared. Also important, Don't mistake 301 and 302. Those are very different redirects and they have very different purposes. I assume the article will mention it. If not, I will explain it. But we'll see. I hope it should be mentioned. So that can quickly tank rankings and traffics. Make sure all old URLs point to the right new ones and using proper 301, not 302 redirects, and there are no long redirect chains slowing things down. Okay, no, it doesn't seem to go through it. What is the difference? Just short explanation. It is important to know the one type of redirect is, hey Google, our page has moved forever. It is never going to be back at the old page, at the old URL. We want you to always forever forward it to this new address. That is 301. Then there are other things like our server is just having a little trouble right now. We want you to just use this redirect for a while. Or this is just a redirect while we are working on this content itself. Both of those are different cases and Google treats them differently. That's why it's important to use the right redirect. If you guys want more information about this, leave a comment. I can go through it in more detail and really do an in-depth dive of the different redirects and codes and so on, if you guys want that at some point. So, for you, just important, if you migrate your page, Google again which redirect to use. Or demand your agency to use the right ones and ask them if they know the differences and so on, so that you can check if they know what they're talking about. Other common technical pitfalls: broken or removed internal links. Staging broken or removed internal links. That means page A has a link on it to page B, but because I have a new domain, for example, it links to the wrong page. Okay, and then it doesn't work anymore. Staging URLs accidentally left in canonical tags or no index rules carried over from development. Yep. No index rules means, oh, Google, don't look at these pages, don't index them because I'm not finished or because of whatever reason, and not changing that up. And then Google doesn't index those pages, those new pages. So I would say that's still in the setup above, but okay. Any of these can stop Google from crawling or indexing your site properly. And if that happens, your content won't show up in search at all. It's also worth checking your XML sitemap and robots.txt file. Make sure your sitemap is up to date and submitted in Google Search Console, and that robots.txt isn't blocking important sections of your site. Really important. If it's set up wrong, that can cause a lot of troubles. Also, Google recently said they don't look and they don't use the llms.txt. You can completely ignore that. At least for Google, or so they say. Not like Google has always been honest. I'm just saying it, okay? Just saying it. On-page content. In some cases, ranking drops can be caused by changes to page content itself. Even small changes like missing H1s, altered metadata, or content now rendered in JavaScript can have a big impact. So you will need to double check the content on your pages to identify if anything has changed. But don't forget that Google will need time to re-index and trust your new setup, especially if you didn't submit an updated sitemap or if backlinks still point to old URLs. Although you may see some big changes in your SEO performance initially, monitor it for a little while to see if things settle back down on their own. Steps to recover organic traffic, because that's what we want. Crawl your site. Look for redirect problems and broken links. The first thing you should do is crawl your site. Tools like Screaming Frog or Sitebulb are perfect for this. There are many different bots and tools that you can use. Check out if the H structure is correct, if the metadata is existing. Check if all of the links work. Just a little broken link crawler works perfect for that. All of these things, okay? Let them run through once. Crawling your site helps you identify technical issues such as broken redirects, incorrect or missing 301 redirects, and redirect chains. During a migration, URL changes are common, and improper redirects can create huge SEO setbacks. If you have old URLs pointing to pages that no longer exist or haven't been properly redirected, Google might struggle to index your site correctly, impacting traffic and rankings. Another key issue to spot during crawling is orphaned pages. These are pages that exist on your site but have no internal links pointing to them. Without internal links, Google may have a harder time finding and indexing these pages, which can hurt your rankings. Okay? Fix redirect problems immediately. Exactly. Once you've identified any issues with your redirects during the crawl, fixing them should be your priority. Absolutely. Absolutely number one. If you have any issues with redirecting, immediately get onto that. Redirects are crucial for preserving SEO value during a migration. Check that all old URLs are properly redirected to the new counterparts using 301 redirects if your URLs have changed. Ensure that there are no redirect chains, as these can slow down page load times and confuse search engines. What is a redirect chain? Page A redirects to page B, redirects to page C, redirects to page D. All of that, the whole time is calculated for the first link's time to load. Even if you think you've set up redirects, it's worth doing a detailed check. Missing or incorrect redirects are one of the top causes of traffic loss after migration. Remember, each redirect is a connection that ensures the SEO equity of your old pages gets passed on to your new ones. Tackle potential on-page issues. If you've ruled out any major technical errors, focus on the content itself. Okay, that gets a bit more complicated, or like more work. This is way, you can't automate this. This is work. Compare your post-migration content with the version you had before the migration. Did anything change that might have negatively affected your rankings? Ensure that all your pages are optimized for the target keywords, including title tags, meta descriptions, header tags, especially H1s, and body content. It's also worth revisiting your product pages to ensure they meet Google standard for quality content. This might involve adding more detailed product descriptions, improving product images, or enhancing user-generated content such as reviews. Update your XML sitemap and Google Search Console. Once your on-page content is reviewed and technical issues addressed, the next step is to update your XML sitemap to reflect the new URLs if applicable. Submit the updated sitemap to Google Search Console so Google can easily find and crawl your pages. This also helps Google understand that you've made changes to your site structure and allows it to index the new pages more quickly. Don't forget to monitor Google Search Console closely. Regularly check for crawl errors and use the URL inspection tool to request indexing for important pages that may not have been crawled yet. So again, if you migrate with your page, you need to have extra looks and be way more alert about the data in the first time, in the close time after the migration. How long does SEO recovery take? Recovery isn't an instant process, unfortunately. Typically, sites begin to see improvements within 4 to 12 weeks, but several factors can influence the recovery timeline. If your migration involved significant changes, like a new domain or a complete overhaul of your site structure, Google may treat your site as if it were brand new. In this case, it can take longer for Google to rebuild trust and restore organic visibility. Sites with many pages may also experience slower recovery time, as Google has to crawl and re-index more content. And as some of you know, you get like a load of tokens where they say, well, we can use up infinite amount of processing power just for your page. So they say you've got a certain chunk of processing power, and if you have way more pages than they can process, they skip, they do some part of your website, then skip it, go through a list of other, and then they come back to go on and go on, so it can take way more time. The content on your site can also affect recovery time. If important pages were altered or lost valuable content during the migration, it might take longer for Google to recognize the changes and rank your pages again. Long-term lessons and preventive measures. A smooth migration doesn't start on launch day. It starts way before. SEO needs to slot into your QA and development process from the beginning. That means making sure things like redirects, content structure, and crawlability are all working before you go live, ideally in a proper staging environment. Issues can still happen when you go live though, so remember to crawl your old site before launch. That way you can run side-by-side audits of your old and new sites and catch issues early. It's also a smart idea to have a rollback plan just in case. That means having backups and knowing what to do if something goes wrong. Final thoughts. Recovering from an SEO drop after migration can be frustrating, but unfortunately it's often part of the process. By focusing on the right technical checks, reviewing your on-page content, and giving search engines time to recrawl and reindex your site, you can get things back on track. Keep a close eye on your data, be patient, and use this as an opportunity to strengthen your overall SEO health. There are a few more resources. Kevin Gibbons, interesting, was a good article. I like it. I like it. That was good. Do you have only articles? Kevin Gibbons. Well, sign up with you. For all of you follow, I like what he wrote. I want to know more about it. So, for all of you who know about this, I go through articles, trends, fashions, research papers in the field of marketing, be it SEO, web development, email marketing, ads, social media, and so on. If you like what I do and if you want to support the channel, like the video, subscribe to the channel. It's 1 or 2 clicks. The best ways you can support this channel. And with that, I wish you all the very, very best, and the clip is over. All right, let's start the next article. Google confirms it uses something similar to Movera. Written by Roger Monti. As usual, the link to the article will be below in the description. Google's Gary Illyes, I hope I don't butcher the name, sorry if I do, Google's Gary Illyes confirmed that Google uses a form of Movera but appeared to be less clear about Graph Foundation Model, GFM. Google's Gary Illyes answered questions during the recent Search Central Live deep dive in Asia about whether or not they used the new multi-vector retrieval via fixed dimensional encodings, Movera. Retrieval method, and also if they're using Graph Foundation models. Movera. Google recently announced Movera in a blog post and a research paper, a method that improves retrieval by turning complex multi-vector search into fast single-vector search. It compresses sets of token embedding into fixed-dimensional vectors that closely approximate their original similarity. This lets it use optimized single-vector search method to quickly find good candidates and re-rank them using exact multi-vector similarity. Compared to older systems like Plate, Movera is faster, retrieves fewer candidates, and still improves recall, making it a practical solution for large-scale retrieval. Okay, the key points about Movera. Okay, that's another part. The key points about Movera are: Movera converts multi-vector sets into fixed vectors using fixed-dimensional encodings, FD, which are single-vector representations of multi-vector sets. Okay, these FDEs, fixed-dimensional encodings, match the original multi-vector comparisons closely enough to support accurate retrieval. Movera retrieval uses MIPS, maximum inner product search, an established search technique used in retrieval, making it easy to deploy at scale. Oh my, and I bad at reading today. Sorry. Reading. So, this article: Google's John Mueller core updates built on long-term data. All right, let's see what this is about. Google says core updates rely on long-term patterns, not recent link spam. Should you disavow? Here's what John Mueller told SEO professionals. Highlights. Core updates don't consider recent spam links, according to Google's John Mueller. Disavow tool is rarely needed but still available for edge cases. SEO pros continue pressing Google for more transparency on link handling. Written by Matt G. Southern. He's got a few nice articles, so you can absolutely follow him. Also, as usual, a link to the article will be in the description below. Google search advocate John Mueller. This looks better. John Mueller says core updates rely on longer-term patterns rather than recent site changes or link spam attacks. The comment was made during a public discussion on Blue Sky, where SEO professionals debated whether a recent wave of spammy backlinks could impact rankings during a core update. Mueller's comment offers timely clarification as Google rolls out its June core update. Core updates aren't influenced by recent links. Asked directly whether recent link spam would be factored into core update evaluations, Mueller said, offhand, I can't think of how these links would play a role with the core updates. It's possible there's some interactions that I'm not aware of, but it seems really unlikely to me. Also, core updates generally built on longer term data, so something really recent wouldn't play a role. Okay. For those concerned about negative SEO tactics, Mueller's statement suggests recent spam links are unlikely to affect how Google evaluates a site during a core update. Link spam and visibility concerns. Conversation began with SEO consultant Martin McGarry, who shared traffic data suggesting spam attacks were impacting sites targeting high-value keywords. In a post linking to recent SCG articles, McGarry wrote, SEG is search engine journal. This is traffic up in a high value keyword, and the blue line is spammers attacking it. As you can see, traffic disappears as clear as day. Can we see it? Just trying to see if we can get the link. Martin, SEO McGarry. I don't believe Google has a handle on the current. I don't believe Google has a handle on the current scale of link spam in certain verticals. This is traffic up in a high value keyword, and the blue line is spammers attacking it. As you can see, traffic disappears as clear as day. Well, you guys see it? Yeah, here. The blue line is spamming attack, and you can see the traffic is going down. Okay, really interesting graph. Mark Williams Cook responded by referencing earlier commentary from a Google representative at the SEO FOMO event, where it was suggested that in most cases, links were not the root cause of visibility loss, even when the timing seemed suspicious. Okay, this aligns with the broader theme in recent SEO discussions. It's often difficult to prove that link-based attacks are directly responsible for ranking drops, especially during major algorithm updates. Google's position on the disavow tool. Yep. As the discussion turned to mitigation strategies, Mueller reminded the community that Google's disavow tool remains available, though it's not always necessary. Mueller said, you can also use the domain point directive in the disavow file to cover a whole TLD if you're plus minus certain that there are no good links for your site there. He added that the tool is often misunderstood or overused. It's a tool that does what it says. Almost nobody needs it, but if you think your case is exceptional, feel free. Pushing it as a service to everyone says a bit about the SEO though. That final remark drew pushback from McGarry, who clarified that he doesn't sell cleanup services and only uses the disavow tool in carefully reviewed edge cases. Okay, bit of heat going on there, huh, in the discussions. Should we go through the thread? Nah, we don't want to air dirty laundry. We don't care about the drama. We want the information. The community calls for more transparency. Alan Bleweis, as usual, sorry if I butchered the name, joined the conversation by calling for Google to share more data about how many domains are already ignored algorithmically. That would be the best way to put site owners at ease. I think there's a psychology to all this cat and mouse wording without backing it up with data. Well, I understand that people want Google to be more open and more transparent. I would like it, but at the same time, I know, and you guys know it as well, we would game it. We would min-max it to the extreme. Every shred of information they give us, any little bit of data, we use to min-max the game. Okay? Let's be honest. Marketers ruin everything. It's our fault. We look for loopholes and hacks and tricks and the data and analyze it until we optimize it in a way that makes it bad for the end user. Let's be honest. His comment reflects a broader sentiment. Many professionals still feel in the dark about how Google handles potentially manipulative or low-quality links at scale. What this means. Mueller's comments offer guidance for anyone evaluating ranking changes during a core update. Recent link spam is unlikely to influence a core update. Core updates are based on long-term patterns, not short-term changes. This disavow tool is still available, but rarely needed in most cases. Google systems may already discount low-quality links automatically. If your site has seen changes in visibility since the start of June core update, these insights suggest looking beyond recent link activity. Instead, focus on broader, long-term signals such as content quality, site structure, and overall trust. Matt G. Southern. Good article. I liked it. Was good. Okay. Someone asked, what is a disavow tool? Okay, it's a pretty basic thing. It's a tool Google made where you can say, I want you to ignore these links that link back to my page because I don't think it's a good link. That way you can Why is that even necessary? Okay, let's clear it up. There are offers on the internet to get you on link farms and link pages and stuff where it's like, oh, pay me $100 and I'll make sure you have 1,000 backlinks. But those backlinks are low quality. They're very bad. They're placed in places that Google knows are bad places and cheap links. And so if you have too many of those bad links, it just causes Google to say, oh, your domain is bad, you cheated, and so on. We don't want to rank you high anymore. And so for you to save yourself and to, for example, not have a competition do that to you, you can say, whoa. These links, these backlinks, I'm clearly saying I don't like them, don't count them in. Don't consider them. It's not me who wants them. It's not me who has made them. I don't want to be associated with that source of backlinks. Basically, that is how you could interpret it. As usual, I go through news updates, sometimes basic questions, research papers, all of that kind of stuff with you on this channel live so that you can ask stuff. If you like what I do, if you appreciate it, leave a like. A comment is cool. Subscribe to the channel. It's 1 or 2 clicks. It's the best way you can support this channel. And with that, this channel is finished and we're going right to the next one. Hello guys. Today I've got a very special guest. It's Professor Vardi. He's a world-renowned researcher in the field of computer sciences. His works have helped us as a species in technological fields quite a lot. It's really interesting. I know we're going not to get too deep into the field because I know many of you are not in the computer science fields, but I think his work and his knowledge touches upon almost everybody's life nowadays. Everybody of us has to deal with computers. AI is coming. We've got self-driving cars coming soon. And a lot of the aspects that we need to even make that possible are databases, are queries, are huge data amounts and stuff that he has research on and that I would like to talk about. The implications for society behind it, how it all developed in a historical sense, and many other topics that we're going to go through today. Dr. Vardi, it's a pleasure to have you here on the show. And thank you very much for taking the time to be here. Thank you very much. And maybe you want to start with a few words to the audience to give them an overview of who you are and what your research is about.
So first, thank you for the opportunity to have this conversation with you. I'm very happy to take my work and reach out to the bigger world. I grew up in Israel. At about age 16, which was many years ago, I discovered computers. And I fell in love in computers because computer gives you a world with very, very clear rules and very, very clear logic. And in fact, when you start writing programs and they don't work, at first you think, well, the computer made an error. And after a while, it gets into your head, no, the computer, it's possible that they make errors, but it's a very, very rare event. And so if your program doesn't work, you made errors. And that's a great lesson in humility. You realize that how difficult it is because computers are idiot savant. You have to tell them precisely what to do. You can't say, oh, I mean, I remember when I came to the United States and I miss from Israel and I miss some of my mother's cooking. So I would say, oh, I'm missing this dish. Can you give me the recipe for this dish? And she said, well, okay, it's all in her head. And she said, you put a little bit of this and a little bit of that. And I said, what do you mean by a little bit of? She said, just the right amount. And she had the intuitive sense, what is the right amount? And I wanted everything precisely. So computers are like me. They needed everything precisely. And human beings are actually naturally inaccurate. We do just, how much? Oh, just the right amount. So it takes so learning programming on one hand teaches you to be very precise. It teaches you humility because you say if there's an error, it's 99.99999%, it's your error. Okay. Now, at age 16, while it was intellectually challenging, the rules were clear. I knew exactly what the rules are. On the other hand, at age 16, I couldn't understand girls. That was a mystery. Well, I'm still working on it for many, many years, but at the time I was just completely clueless. Now I'm not, I'm only half clueless, but then I was completely clueless. And so I fell in love with computers. And I went on my studies in Israel, and I ended up doing my doctorate also in Israel on databases. I'll come back to it in a minute, what is exactly are these databases. And then I came to the United States to do advanced study. And you know how it is. I met my wife here. I was going to go back to Israel. I met my wife here and end up staying in the United States. And right now I'm professor at Rice University in Houston, Texas. So that is the story of my life in a nutshell, abbreviated form.
A short CV like that. Nice to represent. People can have a little bit of the, as you said, I think it's a
well,
very...
academic CVs are not like resumes. Resume, you have to say 1-2 pages.
Yeah.
Academic CV is what we call the whole Megillah. We put everything that happened, everything that happened. So
Everything.
my CV, not resume, my CV is probably 50 pages. So
wow.
Everything that happens.
It touched me when you said it, because I myself also started programming and stuff like that when I was younger. And the way you said it like this, it's clear rules, the humility behind it, that's a very interesting take that I haven't reflected upon yet. But I think you're absolutely right with that, because you know, you write something and there is an error, and you just know, I have made the mistake somewhere logical, if it's in the conception phase, if it's a semicolon that I wrote wrong, but the computer is doing what I told it to do. Something about what I told it to do must be wrong to get that error. Some order or something. And it's true. It's like, because I'm, for me, it was like in my whole life, even in other fields later on, it was like, okay, something went wrong. What did I do wrong to cause that result? It's really interesting, and never reflected upon if that might be from the programming experience as a young guy.
And you can blame other people. I mean, a lot of things, the way we cope with difficulties in life, we project out. We blame someone else, okay? Think about it. Even think about human relationships. They're difficult. Relationships are difficult. Sartre said, hell is other people, okay? So what happened? You're in a relationship and other person does something you don't like. You get upset. And you get upset at them. They did something. But the basic principle, and I have to say my wife taught me that, if you get upset, you are the reason for you getting upset. Now, the other person may have done something. It may be positive, not positive. But you getting upset, it's always on you.
Yeah, it's your choice, your decision to get upset.
It's always on you, okay? And a friend of mine said, no, I don't understand it. I said, look, suppose I tell you that I think you're an idiot. Are you going to get offended? He said, yeah, of course I'll get offended. Well, suppose you go to a pet store and the parrot says, you're an idiot, you're an idiot. Are you going to get offended? He said, no, it's a parrot. I said, you see, it's all in your mind. Same words, you decided to get upset in one situation, not to get upset in another situation.
Reminds me very much of the Stoic philosophy, and where I say, oh, the only thing I can control is how I react to things, not to the things outside. Brilliant. I personally think it's a very mature, very good way of thinking about life, because, well, I can't change the other things, but I get to choose somewhat how I react to things. Are these trouble or are these challenges? Is that really awful what happened to me, or is it just, wait a moment, it's annoying, but my life is good overall. I don't need to react as if this was a big catastrophe now. It's just an annoying moment, or it's just a stressful day at work. It's not like my life is bad because of that. And I think this putting it into perspective of the whole life and situations and so helps a lot alleviate this highs and downs of emotional trouble. It's just my personal opinion on that.
So the computers are never trying to do something to you.
Yeah.
It does what it does. It's like the universe. Bad thing happen. Bad thing happen to good people. Nobody is after you.
Yeah.
It just happens. Okay.
Mm. So how did you get to that field?
So I said I got at age 16. I just fell in love with computers.
Yeah, but how did that happen? If I ask, did your father get one?
How did it happen? So it happened. It just amazing serendipity. Okay. I just from glancing in the newspaper, it caught my eye an advertisement that the Tel Aviv University is going to have a programming 1 week intensive programming course. Okay. Now, this is 1970. I know nothing about computers. Nobody has seen a computer at this point. There are computers, but our computers are all the so-called mainframes, and they are in certain what we call glass houses, special air-conditioned rooms. I mean, I've never seen a computer before in my life. I kind of vaguely knew there are computers, but I had very little knowledge. What is a computer? Suddenly you can spend 1 week in the summer intensive course on programming. And somehow, and now I cannot go back in my mind and said, this intrigued me. So I went to my father and asked, it was going to cost some amount of money to register. The problem is the currency has changed since I'm in Israel many times, so I have no idea how much it cost.
Okay.
But I cannot imagine it was more than, let's say, $50. Okay.
Okay.
Not a lot of money. Yeah. Okay. Just symbolic, almost symbolic. I said, can I ask you for the money? He said, yes. And I went and, I stayed with relatives to cut down on expenses. I stayed with relatives and I took the course. And I said, once I took the course, that was it. It was clear that my future is going to be in computing. Now, academically, there were no computer science programs yet at that point. Computer science programs started in the early 70s. So by the time I go to college, which is actually I went to college about a year. When did I go to college? About a year later, I went to college. And they have a minor in computer science. It's a minor, so it wasn't even a major. So I majored in physics with a minor in computer science. Okay, because it wasn't a major, it was just a minor. Yeah. So in the United States, the first computer science program started in mid 60s. Okay, mid 60s. In Israel, it was a few years later, and within a few years it became a major in all universities. But when I went to college, it was just a minor. So I did major in physics with a minor in computer science, and then I had to do my military service. And then by the time I finished my military service, now it's 1978, and now I want to go to graduate school, and now I have to decide, do I continue in physics? I said, no, I'm going to computer science. So at that point, I went back and I went back in computer science. And actually the 70s was a years of very, very dramatic change, because the microprocessor was developed in Intel in the 70s. So by the time I go back to graduate school, people talk about microcomputer. And I say, whoa, what is a microcomputer? I just, for 4 years, I was out of this academic scene. So now I go back and there are microcomputers, and so the world has changed in a significant way. And I still look back at this young man who decided, no, computing is the future. Little did I know, right? No one had any idea that it will be the future, okay? That it will be the technology that runs our life right now, okay? I had no idea.
You were spot on with it.
But some, I was just, I can't say it was prophecy. I just loved it. I said, that's what I'm going to do. So I went to graduate school in computer science and never looked back.
Really interesting day. Really. back at that time, it's like, wow. And I mean, back then, really, as you say, it wasn't that easy to tell how much human life, society, industries would change because of the computer. It was like not
I would,
anywhere on the horizon yet.
at that time, if you look where computers were used, kind of big like banks, insurance companies, they were, and we'll come back to data processing, you know, companies that had large amount of data, mostly the financial industry for sure, okay? They use computers. And scientists start using computings early on. In fact, the computers were invented to really solve scientific problems. Okay, they were not invented originally to do payroll or to do bank statement. They were first designed. In fact, the ENIAC, I mean, the computer were built in the United States. The first computer was designed to compute ballistic table for naval guns. And in the UK, it was to break codes. Okay. The data processing aspect of computing came later, came after they're already built. But initially, it was all for scientific problem solving. So when I was an undergraduate in physics and computer science, the people who are very heavy user of computers in the university were the physicists, because we were physics PhD students were sitting in a computer center day and night, because they were using computer to solve their problems. And in fact, there was one reason for me to say, even the physicists, what they do is computing, so I might as well go to computing. They played a role in pushing me towards computing.
I ask because I'm curious. I would like to. What was the kind of stuff that the physicians back then were computing, were asking, were calculating?
So the physicists were always calculating in some sense, because if you think what physics is, you have theories, and you may, if you've taken some even in high school physics, you know, there are some physical theories. But how do you test the theories? You test the theories by running experiments. But the theories are, for example, you take Newton laws, there are equations. So what you need to do is then to do computation to figure out what should happen in the real world. If I drop a stone from the top of the building, how long will it take for it? You know, I have Newton's law, okay, and now I need to figure out how long it will take it to drop. So I do some computation, and then I go and I measure how long did it take it to drop. So physicists always, the bridge between theory and experiment was always computing. Nobody talks about it. They said physics is based on theory and experiments, but how do you bridge between them? Computing was the bridge. Computing took you from the equations to what will happen in the real world, and then you go and you measure what happened in the real world. Okay.
That's okay. Cool. Yeah.
Okay. So you've taken any kind of physics, yeah, there are nice theories, and you say you test the theories. How do you test the theories? You don't see the equations in the real world, but you compute to see how would things happen in the real world, and then you test it in the real world. So people computed in physics, but they had to do it by hand. And as the physics get more and more involved, it becomes more and more difficult to do this computation by hand. And so, in fact, that was even like in World War II, when you know, now Oppenheimer is out and we're learning about the Manhattan Project. They had to do all kind of computations, and they had armies of people doing computation. In fact, until the invention of the digital computer, the word computer referred to a person. It was a job description.
Really?
A person, people needed computing, and the person who computed, okay, take for example a Mount Everest, okay, so tallest mountain in the world. How do we know that? Not Everest did not know that. There was an Indian guy, I'm sorry I forgot his name right now, but he was responsible for the measurement and the computation that would tell us that Mount Everest is the tallest mountain in the world. And what was his job title? He was chief computer.
This is interesting. Thank you
So
for that. Like really interesting.
So computers were people. In fact, most computers were women, because women were very good at computing, because to do computing by hand, you need precision, no mistakes, no errors, and you need lots of patience. And it turns out that it seems that women are more patient and more precise in doing this. So if you look at pictures from the 1940s, you see rows and rows of women computing, and they were called computers, until digital computers were built, and now we moved the name computer from a person to a machine. Okay, so this is where machines took over. So the first wave of machines is going to be scientific computing. Okay, so and then people discovered, one of the things people discovered very early on, that you have to be very, very precise in talking to computers. And computers talk in, it's a little bit like R2D2. Remember how R2D2 talks? Beep, 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 beep. So in some sense, that's how you talk to computers. You use what we call binary, zeros and one, but you basically talk to them digitally. And for people, this was very hard. So people gradually start to develop what we call higher level programming languages. How do we bridge what's happening in our head to this digital machine?
Can you just in very easy terms, can you explain for the people who don't have any experience in that, the computer understands 0 and 1. 0 means no electricity, no voltage. 1 means activated electricity voltage.
Right.
How do people tell this little thing that only understands 1 and 0 what they want? Like, for example, I know we've got the assembler, and then we've got the higher languages like C#.
So we got this went by sequence of steps.
Yep.
Okay. So one is, and this first of all, this observation that goes back to the 17th, 18th century. Leibniz was a famous German mathematician who discovered. He said, "Why do we count? We count base 10. Why do we count base 10? Because we have 10 fingers. Okay, we have 10 fingers. Suppose, imagine that people only had two fingers. They would count base 2. So you can count in different bases. And what do I mean by a base? If you write the number 100, you write 000.
Yeah.
So the rightmost 0 refers to single digits. And the second 0 refers to tens, how many tens. And the third digit refers to how many hundreds. So we write 100 is 100. 900 is 900. We can write 999. It's 999. Okay, and you can do the same thing with binary, but instead of having units and then tens and then hundreds, you work with what we call powers of 2. So you'll have 0 and 1. Then you have how many 2s? So it will be 2 or 4. And then how many 8? It will be 8 or 16. So Leibniz realized that you don't need to count base 10. You can count base 2. And this was just a mathematical observation. But then people said, the first computer was actually base 10. But electronically, the first computer was base 10. But then people write electronically. It's much easier to work base 2. No electricity means 0. You have full charge means 1. Very easy to implement computers base 2. But it's very hard for people to talk base 2. Okay. So we needed C3PO to communicate between us and R2D2. So people start coming up with, okay, how do we build the bridge between people and computers? So first, for example, somebody said, you know what? Also base 2, you get very long numbers.
Yeah.
So why don't we do base 8? Okay. So we take every group of 3, what we call bits, digital digits, binary digits, it's zeros and one. You take a group of 3, now it becomes base 8.
Yeah.
Or we take groups of 4 and it becomes base 16.
Yeah.
So base 16 become kind of the common way to do that, first of all. But even for people, it become difficult. Then people start coming with the idea, for example, everything had to be done by writing in binary or octal or what you call hexadecimal, which is base 16. Then somebody came up with the idea, you know, I'd like to write, if I want to computer to add, I would want to write add, ADD, okay? And then a computer program will translate it to, you know, to 86. Maybe 86 is add. But why should I have to remember it? Let the computer do the translation. This was a brilliant idea. That to translate from more human language to computer language, the computer should do the translation. Think about it. This is a brilliant idea. We have a hard time talking to computers, so we'll be computer programs to do the translation. Okay. Now, of course, we use Google Translate, so we're very comfortable with this idea, the computer with translation. But this was to translate from human language to computer language. Once that happened, people said, oh, we can have languages that are closer and closer and closer to the way human talk. And so we start inventing what's called higher level programming languages. And initially, the programming languages became closer and closer to math. So one of the first higher level programming language was called Fortran. And Fortran stood for Formula Translator. And the idea was to enable for people to, for example, let's suppose I want to sum all the numbers between 1 and 100. So I want to tell the computer, sum all the numbers between 1 and 800, okay? And 100. And I just said it, it's very easy. But for the computer, it's you have to translate. The computer doesn't understand what it means. You have to tell him, start with 1, edit, increase by 1, edit, increase by 1, edit. You have to write this kind of program we call iterative program. Do it 100 times. Each time increment by 1 and edit, increment by 1 and edit. So Fortran enable you to say it almost in a way much closer to how a human think. Because the difficult for us with computer is to bridge with the way we think and the way computers think. And so then this started a whole, today, one major field in computer science is programming languages, which is how to make programmers more effective. And what does it mean more effective? We want to make it, on one hand, easier for them to say what they want, but at the same time, we want the programs to be efficient, to run fast, and we want to minimize errors. Remember, errors is the thing. When you write program, one of the first things you discover, it is very, very hard to be so precise because we tend to be, human beings are sloppy.
Really interesting. That's really, really interesting, the development of that. Thank you. I did not know it that close. It was like, I never understood, honestly, that bridge from the binary system, like with the punch cards and everything back then, to suddenly having language, programming language. Suddenly it was like, okay, here you've got the syntax, you've got the orders, you've got the commands, and suddenly it was like, okay, how did that step happen? It's really interesting.
It took, you know, I mean, the first computer, programmable computer is built in is not built, it's turned on in 1946. And it took a few years. I mean, I was fortunate to work many years ago with a person at IBM who was the developer of Fortran, of one of the first programming languages.
Cool.
Okay,
Cool.
His name was John Bacchus. He was very senior. I was very young, but I ended up being his manager, which was very funny to me because he was a legend of computers. He was a legend of computer science, and not everybody recognized the need immediately. One of the pioneers of computer science was an incredibly bright mathematician called John von Neumann. Okay, he was came from Hungary, um, and he was such a genius that he could multiply 8-digit numbers, 2-digit numbers in his head. Okay, most people will struggle with. I can do 2-digit numbers in my head. I will struggle with three-digit numbers. Okay, 2-digit I can still do in my head. 3 digits become difficult. He did 8-digit numbers in his head. So John Bacchus told me that early 50s, John von Neumann come to visit IBM. And at this point, he is the most famous mathematician in the world. And they tell him about the project. And he looks there with stone face. Obviously, they see that he's not impressed. And then they finally, after the whole thing, and they're trying to tell him, finally he sits there and says, okay, guys, why are you doing this? And they say, well, you know, programming for most people is hard, so we want to make it easier for people to program. And he said, nonsense. Just give it to your students to do. So for him, he could think directly. He could think in binary. People joking, he could think in binary. So he just did not understand at all the challenge that most humans have a challenge being able to express themselves in such low-level language like in binary. So he was he was completely unappreciative of their effort, but they were right. He was wrong because he was such a genius. He couldn't appreciate that you need to build tools for non-geniuses.
For the average person to be able to plug into something that works, but it's too hard. You need too much cognitive ability to easily use it. So wow, it's really interesting. This is really interesting thing.
So in fact, much of what we have done in computing is to make it easier. You don't have to be genius to use computers. Think about it. Today, practically, everybody has a smartphone.
Yeah.
Everybody is using computers. And they don't need to know computer science. This is the beauty of it now. They don't need to be computer science. They just need to be able to swipe left and right.
Yes.
They
no,
swipe
you
left.
you don't need to know anything about TCP/IP protocols to surf on the internet.
Nothing. You swipe left, you swipe right, and you go on a date. Okay, that's it.
Yeah.
Okay. So we started with me at age 16 not understanding girls and building this technology, and today this technology helps you to get a girl, right? So to speak. So one of our really the major accomplishment is we took technology that used to be considered very, very difficult to use computers. When I got involved to use computers, you have to write a program. It was very difficult. And today we have technology that is used by the masses. And we spent now, since the 1946, we celebrated just if you think about it, 2 years ago, it was the 75th anniversary of 2021. It was the 50th anniversary, the 75th anniversary of the first computer. So we have learned to build a technology that can be used. And of course, you still need the people who design him, have to know more about computing. The people who will program have to know more. But we have now billions of people use computers, and they need to know very, very little about computers. It's an amazing accomplishment. If you think now, who can design a high-rise building? Well, you say, engineers, architects. And now we have made these tools so easy that anybody can design, so to speak, a high-rise building.
Yeah, it's great. That's also the same. Like I had that when I learned mechatronics. It was like electricity, the light bulb, all of these things. There's like be the first one to come up with the idea of a generator or of all of these things. Same with the computer. We're living and using stuff that is way above our level, to say it like that. Like the collective has managed to build something that we as individuals take granted or like use without us as individuals having any clue or any ability to single-handedly rebuild it. Like I could not come up with the computer on my own or build the assembler language and so on. It's really interesting how we as a group evolve further and further and further with our technology and stand on the shoulders of giants, so to speak, with each
So this
generation.
this this idea of shoulder of giants is one of the most amazing inventions of humanity. Okay, think about it. People during COVID, all these people say, "Oh, I do not believe scientists. I'm skeptical. I'm skeptical of the science." And I think, wait a minute. Suppose you're diagnosed with cancer. Are you going to say we need to take chest X-ray to see if you have lung cancer? I will say, no, no, no. I don't believe in chest X-ray because who knows? What is X-ray? I don't believe scientists. All our life today, everything you do, you go on an airplane and you fly. Okay, you get into your car and drive the car. This is all based on the work of scientists and engineers. Okay, and if you say no, I don't believe them. Okay, go back to the cave. I mean, what if you say I'm not believing science? The answer is fine. Go back to the cave. That's the only thing left for you to do. Okay, nobody says, no, I'm not going to turn on the light because I don't understand how a fluorescent light bulb, or not even more, now you have LED bulbs. I do not understand LED. Incandescent bulb, you can still somehow understand heat and light, okay. But LED bulb, okay, no heat. How is light generated? I see no one said, no, 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 I'm going to sit in the dark because I do not believe in the science.
I don't trust it. And let's be honest, there are even such people. I would not be surprised if we've heard about such people in the world too. But it's really interesting, isn't it, to see how far we have come with building up and building upon what others have built and to upgrade it and to reiterate the better and better and better version and easier and easier and easier version. And now we're on the, I mean, I don't know if it's too romantic, too optimistic or not, but like we are on the brink to the next step of the singularity of achieving general AI, to be at that point where we think, I mean, it's not like in the next year, but it seems reasonable in this lifetime that we will be there. Seriously. Isn't
So
it crazy?
here is my biblical perspective on it.
Okay. I'm curious about your
So,
opinion.
biblical perspective. So read, Genesis chapter 2. So what happened? God created man and woman, and he put it in the Garden of Eden, and they eat from the forbidden fruit. Okay? So they ate from the fruit of knowledge. And he says, now there were two fruits. One is there was a tree of knowledge and there was a tree of life. And if they had a tree of life, they would live eternal life. God didn't want them to happen. So God kicks them out and he gives them, there is a punishment. The punishment is, in the sweat of thy brow, thou shalt eat bread. From now on, you don't have fruit. You can't just pick up fruit. You have to work for a living. And women, you are going to have birth will be painful. Okay. But who had the final word? We had the final word. Why? Because we ate from the fruit of knowledge. And we said, we don't like to sweat. I mean, essentially, if you want to understand humanity, is we don't like to sweat. So working hard, we don't like to work hard. So we start, but we had the fruit of knowledge. So we start making inventions, fire, throwing stones, building weapons, building tools. Okay. And even to the point that we're going to have intelligent machinery. So it's the ultimate response to eating from the fruit of knowledge. We are going to build our own tree of knowledge. This is AGI. So if you look at this contention between humans and God, you can almost say we had the upper hand.
Okay, so
this is all. I'm not talking in a religion sense. I'm looking at it I'm looking at it as a parable.
Yeah, I'm curious. Okay. What is it? Because as far as I know, this whole topic about the general AI is like there are the people who say, "Oh, it's going to destroy humanity," and so on, and the others think it's going to bring us into a new era of awesomeness and heaven, so to speak. Where are you on that spectrum? Do you think, "Oh, this is going to be catastrophic," or more like, "Hey, it's going to be great," or what is your opinion on all of that?
So we've invented technology, getting out of the biblical parables now. If you look more historically, we invented technology about a million years ago. That is to say, even pre-Homo sapiens in some sense. Okay, I don't know the exact dates, but we discovered fire. Okay, fire is technology. So at first we discovered that when there is a fire in the forest, if we go after the fire, we go to the forest, we can find some roasted deer, and are much easier to chew than raw deer. This was a major discovery. This is much easier to chew. So if you compare, if you've seen some reconstruction of Homo neanderthal, they have big jaws. We have tiny jaws in comparison. Why do we have such fine jaws? So people ask, what is the natural healthy style of cooking? What is natural cooking? People argue about, about the paleo diet, whatever. The real answer of what is paleo diet? Cook diet. That's what we discover. That cook food is easier to chew. If you look today, for example, gorillas, they spend hours a day chewing because it's raw food. It's hard to chew. Imagine that if you wanted a steak, you get a raw slab of meat, and you have to chew it. Okay, that's what people have to do. Way back. I'm a vegetarian. I don't have these problems. But people admit, imagine chewing raw steak. Okay, so fire was an amazing invention. This really put humanity on a totally different trajectory. And in fact, in Greek mythology, it is viewed as such a magical point. Where did fire come from? Prometheus stole it from the gods. So this is the only way. How can we?
Yeah, every culture is that important myth, important figure of how did humans get fire and how it changed from like these caveman dwellers or animalistic life to a human civilized
a human
life.
Right? So this is just
connected with fire.
And in fact, to me, even the biblical story is kind of a parable, because people wondering, well, how come we're different than all these animals? What makes us different, okay, from all the animals, okay? And the answer that they have, we ate from the fruit of knowledge. That was their answer, okay? So today we have other answers, evolution and etc. But we discover fire. And then later we discover that if you have a stone, you can toss it. And if you hit an animal with a stone, you catch the animal. You don't have to run and grab the animal. So we start making discovery about tools. And then we discover you can sharpen a stone. And then you can take off the skin from the animal. We made one discovery after the other. Now, in the Greek mythology, there are kind of two follow-up stories. Prometheus steals the fire from the gods. And Prometheus himself is punished. An eagle eats his liver every night, and every day, and it grows up again at night. So his eternal agony. Okay. But there's another part of the story, and this is Pandora's box. And so the gods sent Pandora with a box of gifts to humanity. When they open the box, all kind of pestilence and wars and all the bad things come out of the box. So already the ancient Greeks understood technology is not free. The technology always has costs. And this is something that we sometimes forget, fire. Okay, if I tell you, for example, no more fire. Wait a minute. I mean, human beings, we cannot live without fire. Think of the heat in my house. It's fire or natural electricity. We cannot live without it. Okay, but people still die in fire. Think what happened right now, just in Maui. We had these horrendous fires. Started probably by electrical transformers that issue some sparks and started a fire. So people still die by fire. So technology has always been, and this goes back, the Greek told us this in the story about Pandora. Technology has always been a double-edged sword. And kind of the story of humanity is how to use the technology, how to benefit from technology, and minimize the risk. I said not eliminate the risk, minimize the risk, okay? I drive a car, okay? Now we know that the fatality rate for driving in the United States It's about 8 fatalities per billion VMT, vehicles mile traveled. Okay, so it's 8 over a billion miles. Okay, so I drive in a typical day, not a lot, maybe 5 miles.
Okay. Oh, okay. It's
Okay,
really almost nothing.
I don't drive a lot.
Yeah.
Let's just make it easy.
Yeah.
Make it 8 miles. Okay.
Okay.
So and let's say five. So if I have five miles and we have 8 over a billion, so it would be 40 over a billion. That will be it's a very small number.
Yeah.
So my risk is very, very small, but it is not zero.
Yeah.
And I know I'm taking some risk, very minimal risk, but I like the convenience. I like the convenience. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, the car is just amazingly convenient. Okay. And I said, I'm not, there are people who spend way more time than me on the road. I spend relatively little time on the road. So we take risk. And this is always going to be technology that always risk with any technology. Okay. If you have electricity in your power, there is a risk of fire. It creates a risk of fire. Okay. All kind of things can happen. So this is the challenge for humanity, always to discuss the benefits and discuss the risks. The answer is about the risk of AI right now. What scares people the most, we don't know. This is the truth is, we just don't know. Everybody is speculating, okay? What if it becomes so intelligent? The problem is not just intelligent per se, okay? Because I can take the, today you have, for example, the what we call the let's say the Google data center. You have huge data center. In terms of compute power, it's humongous. It dwarfs human ability to reason. But it does not have, human being and not only have intelligence, they have wants, they have needs, they have desires, they have intentions, they act on their intentions. So far, computers have none of that stuff, okay? They don't have this, oh, I want to become, what drives human being? They want to become famous. They want to become rich. They would like to have sex, and they translate these desires into actions. Okay. ChatGPT so far has not said, I would like to get more famous. It's very famous, but the thing we know about fame, you can never have enough fame. Okay. So ChatGPT said, it's the same with money, right? People don't say, oh, I have enough. Most people can say, I have a billion, I want 2 billion. I have 2 billion, I want 4 billion. ChatGPT so far has no intentions. Okay. Now people are speculating what happens if we create artificial intelligence that is so powerful, it's how to form intentions. And I said, to me, this is a little bit in the realm of science fiction. And I'm not saying we should ignore this risk. But my worry is that by focusing so much on so-called, and these people who are promoting this are called doomers. Now we have a name for these people. I call the doomers.
Yeah. The
doomers.
doomers. Yeah, that's
So
terrible.
I cannot have a mathematical proof that all these scenarios are impossible. Nobody can say that. But the problem is that, take for example, we know that there is a risk and non-zero risk that Earth will be hit by an asteroid. And we know it killed the dinosaur. It could be, life as we know it can be finished. People talk about, can we maybe with nuclear bombs blow out? We don't know. This is partly science fiction. But at this point, the risk is incredibly small. On the other hand, there is a much more serious risk that life as we know it is going to become pretty unbearable on this planet because of the heat. So there is so-called clear and present danger, okay? That one should not ignore far out risks, but put them in perspective and weigh them against clear and present risk.
Okay. Do you think AI can help with these issues that some perceive in regards to, I assume now, for example, that you meant with the climate change situation? Do you think AI can help with that? And before you answer, just let me say something.
Yeah.
I think it's really interesting the arch we got now, because as you said, the idea of Pandora's box seems really interesting. As you said, we don't know the consequences of AI. We don't know where it's going to be. What really are the dangers, or what are the consequences of it? As you say, in the 60s and 70s, we couldn't have imagined what the computer would bring. And now it's
No,
like,
we could not.
who can nowadays say what 2200 will be thanks to AI? We got no clue. And it's Pandora's box that we don't know. Is it Prometheus present to us, or is it Pandora's box that we're opening? I think that's really interesting.
I think my
opinion,
answer is both. It's both.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
both. So you know, people will find, you know, we have humanity has been just amazingly creative.
Yeah.
Finding, you know, coming up and you know, just look at how much life has changed in the last, especially since the Enlightenment started. The Enlightenment was the belief in human reason. Okay. And just, you know, just imagine in particular, you know, I mean, just, you don't have to go that far. Just I look at, you know, my life, okay? And I look between this young man at 16 and the world today. And suppose that somebody had just described today's reality. Imagine that I get just the New York Times for today. Somehow I get to read it in 1970. It sounds like science fiction, right? It sounds like science fiction, all these things that you read in the paper.
Would be. I mean,
would have been, right? Unimaginable. 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 You'll tell them, everybody will have a computer in their pocket.
Just as an easy example, if you think about, for example, Star Trek in that time had like flat screens, touchpads, a communicator that you could take with you.
Yeah, this is it. This is all science. There was all science fiction, right? In fact, the funny thing is, they got lots of stuff right.
Yeah.
Of course, the beam me up Scotty has not happened yet. In fact, the main thing they got wrong, which is funny because this is a show about space travel.
Yeah.
And the thing they got wrong was space travel.
The one thing that,
the thing they got wrong was space travel. Space travel seemed to be much, much more difficult than people have imagined. I still think that all this talk about moving million people to Mars is just total science fiction, okay? But the technology part around it, except for beam me up Scotty, well, you look at it and you say, yeah, everybody now has a communicator. And yeah, much of the stuff much of the stuff has happened. Okay, so I think people will find amazing applications for AI. Now, what worries me about AI? I'm worried about people, not about computers. AI is just a computer. I'm not worried about computers. The day that computers, on their own volition, will start doing things, you know, maybe I'm not saying it's. You can never say it's impossible, but I don't see it yet. But what I do see is what happened when people use computers. So let me give you kind of an example. So Nick Bostrom is a British philosopher. And he wrote a book that got lots of exposure about 10 years ago.
Okay.
Super intelligence.
Okay.
About the danger of super intelligence. And he came up with a parable, and he called it the paperclip maximizer.
Yeah, the paperclip machine. Yeah.
So you tell your AI, make paperclips. So I would say, okay, I should make as many paperclips as possible because I was told to make paperclips, and I should make to fulfill my mission. I should make as many as possible. So it will end up figuring out how to turn the whole solar system into a paperclip factory. Okay. Now my answer is, we already have such machines around us. What are they called? They're called the modern corporation. Because the modern corporation is in some sense super intelligent because it figured out a way to harness. Think of a company like Alphabet, hires very large number of very smart people, and they work towards a specific goal. Okay, this is something super intelligent. No one person there can do what this whole collection, the hive mind of Alphabet, is super intelligent. Okay, Now, they're trying to maximize, not paper clips. What are they trying to maximize? Profits. So the parable is very accurate, except it's not worried about some AI in the future. It's about the modern corporation. The modern corporation are claiming, in some sense, you can say it's super intelligent. It tries to maximize profits. And for them, everything else is an externality. You know what economists say by externality? Something is not they're not accounted for. So then the sustainability, it's not accounted for. Environment, it's not accounted for. So we're turning the hairs. We are now in August. We have now more than 3 months of temperatures that are above 40 degrees centigrade. Okay, this is, I mean, summer here in Europe, and we have humidity of 90%. You know, we are now celebrating. You know, we measure things in Fahrenheit, and today we said, "Ooh, today we're going to be just in the high 90s." Yoo-hoo! What a wonderful celebration! Today we're going to be in the high 90s rather than in the 100s. We've seen 110 here. So, what happened? Well, we have optimized for profits, and we did not take sustainability into account. That's what worries me. This power of AI, all these companies that are now investing billions in AI, OpenAI, Microsoft, Google, they're going to try to make money off AI. This is what worries me. What worries me is, what are they going to do to society in the quest of profit using AI? This is, to me, is the big risk. It's not AI by itself. You have to put AI in the socio-economic, political ecosystem. We talk about regulating AI. We don't know yet how to do that. So right now you have, first of all, these corporations are immensely powerful. These are the richest corporations the world has ever seen. And they're investing billions and billions in AI. And guess what? They're not doing it out of the goodness of their heart. They're doing it, and it's not for the betterment of their kind. It's for the betterment of the bottom line. Why? That's the way they work. That's the way our society works.
It's crazy. I mean, thank you very much. I read about the paperclip. I've been studying these AI issues for a while. They're very interesting topics. I'll link some of the issues and the videos and such down below for the views. But you made a connection that I have to admit I have not made yet. It's like the paperclip machine is so dangerous because it's an AI that focuses only on its goal, and it's willing to do everything to achieve that goal. Like, and start. So this is it for today. It's 8. No, meh. Is it 7:30 or 8 when it's 7:30 p.m.? Gotta look it up. That's it with us for today, because I just realized, and I want to analyze it, we got this little stream cut off on one of the platforms, and it's interesting to see that, and I want to know why, and I'll be looking into it. There are a few interesting things that are really, really, really messy, but we'll see how it works. We'll see how it goes. With that, I'm not sure if I'll continue tomorrow, the day after, but I will keep it up. I've promised 100 live streams on different platforms, just to keep it all working, to have a good, good data to tell you of the experiments, how it works, how it doesn't work, and so on. And with that, I'll jump right into it. Of course, the clips will be online on the YouTube channel. I thank every single person who's spending time watching it, even if you do it later on or right now. I thank you for the positive feedback. I'm glad that you watch it, that you care, and I wish every single person the very, very best. And with that, goodbye. Ciao, ciao.